Chapter 3460. Chapter 534. New Title. Chapter 3460. Chapter 534. New Title. Chapter 534. New Title. A new title? One Step couldn't help but look at Melissa's smiling face in confusion, failing to understand why she would ask such a question. What does that have to do with them hitting a jackpot? Dark Banner Melissa was a talented paragon from roughly the same generation as him. Although they belonged to different guilds, they shared numerous interactions in the Starlight Realm, so they understood each other's personalities well. They were both friends and rivals. It was why they could get together to share a drink. But right now, One Step truly couldn't understand why Melissa would think Black Flame getting a new title would deter the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers from targeting Zero Wing and Azura. It might be true that Black Flame was the undisputed #1 player in the current miniature ancient world, but he was still not a true Tier 6 player. He could only rely on a special skill to temporarily elevate himself to Tier 6 status. While such an ability was indeed amazing, a group of Tier 6 players could easily wear him out and kill him. So, how could Black Flame gaining a new title possibly get the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers to give up on a cake as tempting as the miniature ancient world? Do you really think the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers will be scared of a title on the Sacred Glory list? Melissa, the level 160, Tier 5 shield warrior sitting at the same table as One Step and Melissa said, laughing. If that's the case, those upper-ranking hegemonic powers can simply retire from the greater god's domain and hand all of their resources over to the powers with Sacred Glory experts. We can also start measuring the various powers' strength by how many Sacred Glory experts they have. Many of the executives of hegemonic powers present also laughed after hearing Melissa's and the Shield Warrior's words. The 3 primary ranking lists published by the 7 Luminaries Alliance were indeed famous throughout the greater god's domain. However, out of the 3 lists, the various powers only truly cared about and feared one of them, the Divine Glory list. Of the 3 ranking lists, the Luminous Glory list was also known as the Genius ranking list, the Sacred Glory list was known as the Expert ranking list, and the Divine Glory list was known as the Apex ranking list. The meaning behind each list was very obvious. Players on the Sacred Glory list were indeed hard to come by in the greater god's domain, but they could never be considered true powerhouses because they weren't at Tier 6. There was still a significant difference between Sacred Glory experts and players who had reached the apex. Meanwhile, so long as a player did not rank among the greater god's domain's apex, not even ordinary hegemonic powers would truly fear them, let alone upper-ranking hegemonic powers. The average title on the Sacred Glory list is indeed insufficient to scare those upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Melissa did not get angry at the people laughing at her. On the contrary, she nodded in agreement with their opinions, but she quickly changed her tone as she continued. However, Guild Leader Black Flame's title is different. If you don't believe me, check it out yourselves. After saying so, Melissa shared the latest information she received regarding Black Flame's entry into the Sacred Glory list with everyone around her. A moment later, the noisy bar suddenly fell silent as everyone looked at the information Melissa shared in disbelief. Lord of War Goddesses. How is this possible? He can summon 6 war goddesses by himself? Does he have a divine artifact? The information Melissa shared on Black Flame wasn't detailed. It only had a brief introduction of Black Flame's capabilities. If they wanted more details, they would need to purchase the latest edition of the Sacred Glory list sold by the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Even so, the limited information was already enough to leave everyone amazed and shocked. War goddesses were one of the apex combatants of the greater god's domain's human NPCs. They were one of the main factors keeping players in check and deterring the various player powers from causing chaos in the various human kingdoms and empires. Meanwhile, this deterrence was deeply ingrained in the souls of the greater god's domain's various powers. In the distant past, many guilds behaved wantonly after gaining power. One particular guild had started rapidly expanding its territory across the greater god's domain after accumulating sufficient apex combatants. It even tried to conquer kingdoms and empires without going through the normal channels. While those kingdoms and empires had Tier 6 NPCs defending them, there was no way they could win against Tier 6 apex combatants. So, the hegemonic powers managing those kingdoms and empires were annihilated, and the fall of those countries was imminent. But just when everyone thought everything was set in stone, the human NPCs of the targeted kingdoms and empires sought help from the war god's temple. Then, what happened next shocked the entire greater god's domain. Less than a day after those kingdoms and empires asked for help, the powerful guild, which commanded apex combatants and could challenge apex powers, disappeared overnight. Indeed, all of the guild's members, from the guild leader to the normal members, vanished from God's domain overnight. Not many details were known about what had happened, but there was one thing everyone was certain of. The war god's temple had mobilized an NPC legion composed of 20 individuals, and every one of them was a human NPC bearing the title of war goddess. Even though the 20 war goddesses were severely outnumbered, they had annihilated the lawless guild's several thousand Tier 6 experts, including the 6 old monsters wielding apex combat power. All of these Tier 6 players were deprived of their qualifications to enter God's domain. Meanwhile, after that battle, as many as 7 of the mobilized war goddesses had reported back to the war god's temple. From that moment on, the greater god's domain's players realized that simply having apex combat power didn't necessarily mean they would become invincible. They could still be killed nonetheless. Meanwhile, after that incident, the 7 surviving war goddesses were labeled by players as the original war goddesses. In the long years that followed, although many up-and-coming guilds would still occasionally cause trouble, every one of them was wiped out by the war god's temple's war goddess legion without exception. Because of these examples, it became common knowledge in the greater god's domain that even apex powers should not provoke the war goddess legion. Now that it was revealed that Black Flame could summon 6 war goddesses by himself, even if he could only summon 6 Tier 5 war goddesses, he was still an opponent to be feared. After all, in the miniature ancient world where foreign Tier 6 players could not exhibit their full strength, Tier 5 war goddesses who had developed their techniques to the extremes could easily reign supreme over a region. Dead Ash Sea, Withered Sea City. After more than a day had passed, Withered Sea City's central plaza had been fully restored. The city looked like it had never been attacked, and the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribes members continued patrolling the city as usual. The number of foreign Tier 5 players visiting the city had even increased by many times. Did you hear? It seems Hades, Primal, and Sacred have already started to contact the other upper-ranking hegemonic powers after suffering the loss they did yesterday. They're planning to take over the seas and thoroughly isolate Abyssal Star City. I did hear about something like that happening. I even saw some of the other upper-ranking hegemonic powers members entering the Hades Society's residence a while ago. Though, I have to say that Black Flame is incredible to be able to force 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers to such an extent. I know, right? These upper-ranking hegemonic powers are no different than kings in the Void Sea. Nobody dares to provoke them without good reason. It's a pity that these powers are going to lock down the sea. Once they do so, even Black Flame will be powerless to do anything about it. Many foreign Tier 5 players resting in Withered Sea City discussed the incident in the city yesterday. They couldn't help but be amazed that a player from a miniature world could corner multiple upper-ranking hegemonic powers to a point where they needed to join forces. Hey, look at the sky. Why is there a war goddess there? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3461. Chapter 535. Legend of War Goddess. Chapter 3461. Chapter 535. Legend of War Goddess. Chapter 535. Legend of War Goddess, Withered Sea City. When the players in the city noticed a war goddess suddenly appearing in the sky, the whole city erupted into commotion. There's not just a war goddess there. There's also a dragon. Isn't that Black Flame riding on the back of that dragon? What's going on? Is the Azura Sword Emperor planning to attack Withered Sea City? Curiosity filled everyone in the city when they saw the war goddess and dragon in the sky. Everyone got especially excited when they noticed the Azura Sword Emperor riding on the back of the dragon. Too long. It had been far too long since any individual dared to challenge an upper-ranking hegemonic power. Previously, everyone thought yesterday's attack on Withered Sea City was already the Azura Sword Emperor's limit, that it was the best he could do. After all, Withered Sea City was a stronghold operated by 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. The defensive magic array alone could easily withstand a siege of over 100 Tier 6 players. Not to mention, there was also the city's magic barrier that could weaken the basic attributes of enemies. Even if Black Flame was the strongest player in the miniature ancient world, if he tried to attack Withered Sea City all by himself, it was unlikely he could leave with his life. Yet now Black Flame had taken the initiative to attack Withered Sea City by himself. This was simply unbelievable. Is Black Flame crazy? The Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe now have 4 Tier 6 experts safeguarding Withered Sea City. Even if he can summon a Tier 5 war goddess, what can he possibly do to the city? Maybe Black Flame probably doesn't know about this. After all, Hades, Primal, and Sacred had secretly shown us the additional forces they mobilized to assure us. There's a chance news of the 3 powers' strength has yet to reach Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Regardless, this is going to be interesting. Even at Tier 5, a war goddess can still pose a significant threat in the miniature ancient world. We can use this opportunity to see how powerful this Tier 5 war goddess can be and come up with appropriate countermeasures. There were currently several dozen players originating from various upper-ranking hegemonic powers present in the Hades Society's residence, and they couldn't help but be surprised to see a war goddess and a dragon appearing above Withered Sea City. The Lord of War Goddesses. This was the new title the 7 Luminaries Alliance had given to Black Flame. Even if Black Flame was only a Tier 5 player, they still had no choice but to take him seriously. After all, there were many examples of powerful guilds facing destruction at the hands of war goddesses in the greater god's domain. Now that Black Flame had come to attack Withered Sea City with a Tier 5 war goddess, this was an excellent opportunity for them to gather information. If Black Flame's war goddess could not deal with the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe, they could band together without worry. And if the war goddess caused significant losses to the 3 powers, they would remain neutral. That way, no matter who won or lost, they wouldn't lose. Are we really going to do this, guild leader? Standing atop the mutated Frost Flame Phantom Dragon, Su Qianlu couldn't help but grow worried as she looked at the city beneath her. An offensive siege was different from a defensive siege. Participants of an offensive siege would be subjected to the suppression of the besieged city's magic barrier, and it was why Zero Wing and Azura could fend off an attack by 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. They would have no such advantages if they were to attack Withered Sea City now. And on the chance they suffered defeat, the advantages Zero Wing had built up would be lost. It's just 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. They're still not worthy of my fear, Shifeng calmly said as he looked at the prosperous city below. Shifeng had always planned to make the miniature ancient world into Zero Wing's backyard, having it become a continuous supply of talent and resources for Zero Wing. That way, Zero Wing would have an easier time establishing a foothold in the Eternal Realm. Not to mention, now that the miniature ancient world had become a resting point for multiple realms in the Void Sea, It could also provide Zero Wing with a stable source of star coins, which would, in turn, stabilize Zero Wing's economy in the real world. After saying so, Shifeng took out the Feather of Oath and used Heroic Pledge to forcibly upgrade the War Goddess next to him, instantly elevating her into a level 164, Tier 6 War Goddess. At the same time, the War Goddess began radiating a terrifying divine might that covered a radius of tens of thousands of yards. Go on, it's time to let them know despair. Without hesitation, Shifeng commanded the War Goddess to execute her strongest move, the Tier 6 unique skill Void Blast, against Withered Sea City. In response, the War Goddess clad in silver armor aimed her longbow at Withered Sea City and drew it into a full moon, a large fourfold magic array forming in front of the arrowhead. Then, divine patterns started to form around the magic array, the appearance of every divine pattern enhancing the magic array's power by a notch. Thousands of divine patterns simultaneously strengthened the magic array, causing it to become so powerful that its mere presence shattered the surrounding space. Tier 6. That's a Tier 6 War Goddess. Meanwhile, following the War Goddess's promotion to Tier 6, all players in Withered Sea City fell into bewilderment. It was not unheard of for players and powers to summon War Goddesses in the greater God's domain. Aside from special items, they could also be summoned using summoning arrays. However, the best these items and summoning arrays could do was summon a Tier 5 War Goddess. As for players summoning Tier 6 War Goddesses, that was unheard of. After all, Tier 6 War Goddesses were legends and apex combatants in the greater God's domain. They were existences that would only appear in realm wars or battles of that scale. However, before anyone in Withered Sea City could return to their senses, the War Goddess let loose the silver arrow nocked in her longbow, and the arrow transformed into a dazzling star that descended onto the city. Boom! For a moment, it was as if the sun had appeared in Withered Sea City. Players standing several kilometers away from the city could clearly see and feel the intensity of the light and heat coming from the miniature star. After some time passed, the radiance that enveloped the city disappeared, revealing a sight that dumbfounded Su Qianlu. Gone. The entire Withered City was gone. A main city that was populated by over 30 million players was erased from existence. Just like that. We can go back now. While looking at the tattered remains of Withered Sea City's walls, Shifeng instructed, have Blackie and the others come to take over and rebuild the city. Then, proceed with the plans we previously discussed. Before this, Shifeng didn't wish to publicize that he could summon a Tier 6 War Goddess. This was because a Tier 6 War Goddess's influence was so significant that it might lead to many pseudo-apex powers taking extreme measures. However, to let Zero Wing gain more benefits from the miniature ancient world, he decided it was no longer necessary to hide this information. He couldn't stay in the miniature ancient world long term. He would even take many capable individuals to the Eternal Realm with him. If Zero Wing lacked sufficient deterrence, it wouldn't be able to retain its portion of benefits in the miniature ancient world. Okay, Su Qianlu instinctively replied, her mind still having yet to return to its senses. Subsequently, following Shifeng returned to Abyssal Star City with Su Qianlu and had Blackie bring some members over to Withered Sea City by ship to capture and rebuild it. It was impossible to destroy a city in God's domain fully. So long as the City Lord's token remained, a city could be rebuilt, even if it was thoroughly demolished. The possibility of the City Lord's token not being within Withered Sea City was also zero. If a City Lord's token was taken out of the city, or if the City Lord's mansion was destroyed, it would be teleported back to the City Lord's mansion automatically. This was a setting put in place so that players wouldn't have to worry about being unable to take over a city after capturing it. Meanwhile, shortly after Blackie and the other members of Zero Wing arrived at Withered Sea City, they couldn't help but be surprised by what they found. Or, more specifically, what they failed to find. Many foreign players who came to Withered Sea City to rest were similarly shocked by the city's sudden disappearance. But less than half an hour after the city's disappearance, specific information about the city's destruction quickly appeared on the Miniature Ancient World's official forum. For a time, the entire Miniature Ancient World fell into silence, now that Black Flame had come to attack Withered Sea City with a Tier 5 war goddess. This was an excellent opportunity for them to gather information. If Black Flame's war goddess could not deal with the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe, they could band together without worry. And if the war goddess caused significant losses to the three powers, they would remain neutral. That way, no matter who won or lost, they wouldn't lose. Are we really going to do this, guild leader? Standing atop the mutated Frost Flame Phantom Dragon, Su Qianlu couldn't help but grow worried as she looked at the city beneath her. An offensive siege was different from a defensive siege. Participants of an offensive siege would be subjected to the suppression of the besieged city's magic barrier, and it was why Zero Wing and Azura could fend off an attack by three upper-ranking hegemonic powers. They would have no such advantages if they were to attack Withered Sea City now. And on the chance they suffered defeat, the advantages Zero Wing had built up would be lost. It's just three upper-ranking hegemonic powers. They're still not worthy of my fear, Shifeng calmly said as he looked at the prosperous city below. Shifeng had always planned to make the Miniature Ancient World into Zero Wing's backyard, having it become a continuous supply of talent and resources for Zero Wing. That way, Zero Wing would have an easier time establishing a foothold in the Eternal Realm. Not to mention, now that the Miniature Ancient World had become a resting point for multiple realms in the Void Sea, it could also provide Zero Wing with a stable source of star coins, which would, in turn, stabilize Zero Wing's economy in the real world. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3462. Chapter 536. 3 Absolutes. Chapter 3462. Chapter 536. 3 Absolutes. Chapter 536. 3 Absolutes. I went to Withered Sea City, but it was gone. Can someone tell me what happened? Are you sleep-talking? Or are you trying to pull a trick on us? That's Withered Sea City we're talking about, a city operated by three upper-ranking hegemonic powers. You must have gone to the wrong place. I have a picture of my map and my current location. I even visited Withered Sea City once before. There's no way I could have gone to the wrong place. As more and more players tried to visit Withered Sea City to rest, more evidence of Withered Sea City's disappearance appeared on the official forum, stunning many players who were still doubtful of the situation. Withered Sea City occupied an island that spanned dozens of kilometers. However, in the images shared on the official forum, where Withered Sea City used to occupy was now a huge crater. It was also possible to see tattered remains of the city's walls. It looked as if the entire city had been erased off the island, and this devastation sent shivers down the spines of all who saw it. While everyone was wondering how Withered Sea City had fallen to ruin in such a short time, videos showing the process of the city's destruction suddenly started to appear on the forum, one after another. These videos were taken from varying distances, but they all had a common point. The videos showed Black Flame, the Azura Sword Emperor, suddenly appearing above Withered Sea City with a war goddess. Afterward, the war goddess could be seen firing an arrow at the city, causing the city to become engulfed in a dazzling radiance upon impact. Then, when the radiance disappeared, so did Withered Sea City. Boundary Sea, Abyssal Star City. When the mutated Frost Flame Phantom Dragon landed in the courtyard of Zero Wing's residence, before Shifeng could even get down, he heard deafening cheers and shouts coming from outside the residence. Look, it's Guild Leader Black Flame. Oh my god, it's the real deal. He's too cool. Hooray for the Tier 6 War Goddess. Hooray for Guild Leader Black Flame. Let's see if those foreigners dare to continue looking down on us native players. The number of players queuing up outside Zero Wing's residence was several times greater than yesterday. Moreover, many of them were Tier 5 experts. And when these players saw Shifeng appearing in the courtyard, they couldn't help but get the urge to charge into the residence. Fortunately, the Zero Wing members on duty were prepared for this situation, as they had long erected a magic barrier at the entrance, prohibiting those without permission from entering. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Zero Wing's residence, the many executives of the Azura Mercenary Alliance, who had long been waiting for Shifeng's return, promptly surrounded him as soon as he got off the Frostflame Dragon. "You've really given us a scare this time," Guild Leader Black Flame, Lu Wuxing said with a wry smile. "Also, everyone's already talking about how you destroyed Withered Sea City with just one blow, and many hegemonic powers have come to us hoping to join Azura. Hidden Soul is swamped with work right now." The individual strength Shifeng had shown before was already astonishing, but the means he just showed was even more astonishing. Originally, Lu Wuxing thought that whether it was Zero Wing or the Azura Mercenary Alliance, the best they could do was survive in the miniature ancient world. This situation wouldn't change unless they could find a way to produce a large number of Tier 6 experts. However, following the Tier 6 war goddess's appearance, the miniature ancient world status quo thoroughly changed. Now, many ordinary hegemonic powers have expressed their desire to join the Azura Mercenary Alliance, which put Lu Wuxing in a huge dilemma. It was undoubtedly great news for the Azura Mercenary Alliance to have more foreign hegemonic powers join. After all, unlike individual players joining Azura, powers that chose to join the Mercenary Alliance would be required to enter an offensive and defensive pact. In other words, they would be standing in the same boat as Azura. This, in turn, would increase Azura's strength and influence in the miniature ancient world. However, the addition of a large number of foreign hegemonic powers would also weaken the position of native powers in the Mercenary Alliance. After all, the various foreign hegemonic powers were much stronger than the various native powers. This was true in both the miniature ancient world and the greater God's domain. Every hegemonic power occupied a vast territory, with some even monopolizing an entire empire. Depending on how the situation was handled, even Azura's founding powers, such as Witch's Sin, might have to worry about getting pushed out of the Mercenary Alliance's inner circle of power. For this reason, Mysterious Moon hurriedly sent Lin Yaoyue and Zhui Yalin, who were relatively close to Shifeng, to inquire about Shifeng's plans for the future. The 100 Flower Palace had also sent Crimson Heart and Cleansing Rue for the same reason. Originally, after experiencing the miniature ancient world's 4 months of accelerated development, the various founding powers of Azura believed that they had already caught up to Zero Wing's pace. They even thought they could already stand at the same height as Shifeng. Yet, in reality, not only did the gap between them and Shifeng not shrink in the slightest, but it had even widened by a lot. Foreign hegemonic powers have asked to join. Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised to hear Lu Wuxing's words. Nodding, he said, "Tell Soul that she can let them join, but in addition to requiring them to dispatch personnel to safeguard Azura's cities long-term, they will also only receive 1/3 of the contribution points that early Alliance members receive when contributing talents to the Alliance. And if they want to access the Primordial Tower's 2nd floor that's still off-limits to the public, they will have to pay double what early members are paying." "Okay, I'll notify Hidden Soul right away," Lu Wuxing said, feeling a little relieved when he heard Shifeng's arrangement. The Azura Mercenary Alliance was established with the primary goal of serving Zero Wing. When Witch's Sin and the other native powers initially chose to join Azura, they had done so because of the potential they saw in Shifeng and Zero Wing. And as they had predicted, they did achieve rapid growth after joining the Azura Mercenary Alliance. But this growth came at the cost of a large amount of Azura contribution points. On an even playing field, there was no way native powers like Witch's Sin could outcompete the various foreign hegemonic powers when it came to earning contribution points. But if the acquisition rates were tweaked in favor of old members, it would be more or less possible for them to compete against the newly joined hegemonic powers. However, what Lu Wuxing didn't know was that Shi Feng had always planned to prioritize nurturing the miniature ancient world's native players. After all of them came from the same world. If the miniature ancient world's native players grew strong, it would become less likely for their civilization to get eliminated in the greater world. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng finished arranging the Azura Mercenary Alliance's future development and management issues, Gentle Snow suddenly entered his office in a hurry. Guild leader, an elven sword saint from the pseudo-apex power Azure Fong, says she wants to meet you, Gentle Snow said. Then she hesitantly continued. The other party claims that she is Azure Fong's third vice guild leader Orbeth. But apart from Azure Fong's guild emblem, she has nothing else to prove her identity. Since adventuring with Ink Qilin, Gentle Snow had come to learn a lot about the greater god's domain. So, she was very much aware of how terrifying a pseudo-apex power could be. Take the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, for example. Even in a place such as the Crystal City of Secrets, where titled experts occupied the lowest level of the city's social hierarchy, the players operating in the city would still actively make way when encountering the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's members. Now that someone claiming to be a vice guild leader of Azure Fong had come knocking on Zero Wing's doors, if the situation wasn't handled correctly, Zero Wing might find itself with another powerful foe, an elven sword saint named Orbeth. When Shi Feng heard the name Gentle Snow mentioned, he couldn't help but feel as if he had heard it from somewhere before. Yet, he couldn't remember where he had heard it from. Do you have her picture? Here is a video clip I recorded, Gentle Snow said as she shared a short clip with Shi Feng. In the recording, a 2-meter-tall elven woman with gray hair could be seen standing in the lobby of Zero Wing's guild hall. The woman looked young, no more than 21 or 22 years old. Even though the video had clearly captured the woman, one would fail to notice her presence if one wasn't paying attention. It was as if the woman did not exist in this world. Meanwhile, Shi Feng couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this gray-haired elven woman. Why is one of the 3 absolutes here? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3463. Chapter 537 Goddess Law. Chapter 3463. Chapter 537 Goddess Law. Chapter 537 Goddess Law. One of the 3 absolutes. Gentle Snow ran Shi Feng's words through her mind when she saw the look of surprise on his face. However, she couldn't recall ever hearing about the title Shi Feng mentioned. Is this person famous? She will be in the future, Shi Feng explained when he saw Gentle Snow's curious gaze. But I doubt many people know of her right now. The Eternal Realm's 3 absolutes were known by all in the greater god's domain during his previous life, and they were publicly known to be able to stand against an entire realm by themselves. This was by no means a form of praise. Instead, the 3 absolutes truly did accomplish the feat of going up against an entire realm. As for when the 3 absolutes had risen to fame, it was during the war between human players and holy race players. Meanwhile, Blood Elf Orbeth, the blood-soaked Rakshasa, was one of the 3 absolutes, and she was someone who had perfectly inherited a goddess law. However, as far as Shi Feng could remember, he had never heard of the blood-soaked Rakshasa joining any powers. In fact, most people didn't even know how she came to possess the strength that allowed her to become an absolute. When Orbeth first debuted on the public stage, she had already accomplished a feat that shook the entire Eternal Realm. At the time, she had single-handedly fought 37 Tier 6 experts from the Holy Race and defeated them. It should be known that these 37 Tier 6 experts possessed combat power rivaling Tier 6 gods. Yet, the blood-soaked Rakshasa had not only killed all of them, but she even survived the fight with only her soul severely injured. Meanwhile, the next time Orbeth made a move was several months later, when the holy race had declared a holy war on the greater god's domain and mobilized an army composed of the members of thousands of major powers. During that war, Orbeth had slain thousands of Tier 6 experts from the holy race, and unlike her debut battle, she only sustained light injuries from the war. It was also after that war that she became known as the blood-soaked Rakshasa. As for her becoming one of the 3 absolutes, it was during another war with the holy race that took place at the 12 sanctuaries. At the time, Orbeth had single-handedly defended an entire fortress from one of the holy race's apex powers. Even after continuously trying for 2 months, the enemy apex power failed to bring down the fortress. Yet now, the blood-soaked Rakshasa had suddenly become a member of the pseudo-apex power Azure Fong. Moreover, she wasn't even in the Eternal Realm. This situation was wildly different from the information Shifeng knew. "Do you want to meet her?" Gentle Snow asked. "Yes, of course," Shifeng nodded. The 3 absolutes were legendary individuals in the greater god's domain. Even the various apex powers would do everything they could to recruit them, let alone him. Orbeth was someone who had fully mastered a goddess law. Once she progressed to Tier 6, the law projection she could form would be vastly superior to the average advanced law projection. Even though Shifeng had multiple advanced laws during his previous life, his law projection would still be suppressed if it went up against Orbeth's law projection. Now that there was an opportunity to meet with one of the 3 absolutes, Shifeng naturally wouldn't let go of it. Zero Wings Guild Leader's office. Gentle Snow walked into the office with Orbeth. The instant Orbeth stepped through the door, Shifeng could feel an indescribable pressure weighing down on him. Her mana affinity is at an even higher level than mine? Shifeng couldn't help but be astonished as he looked at Orb's. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his Tier 5 advanced legendary mana body was unprecedented in the greater god's domain. Yet his mana had lost to Orbeth's despite this. Meanwhile, Orbeth also noticed something when she stepped into the room, but she didn't seem to mind it much as she sat down on the sofa Gentle Snow had led her to. "Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. Thank you for taking the time to meet me," Orbeth greeted. Despite looking rather young, she had a mature and intellectual voice. "You jest, Vice Guild Leader Orbeth. It is Zero Wing's honor to have a Vice Guild Leader of Azure Fong visit." Shifeng responded politely. "May I know why you have asked to meet me, Vice Guild Leader Orbeth?" "It brings me shame to say this, but," looking a little embarrassed, Orbeth said, "I am very keen to enter the Eternal Realm, but I lack the means. Even Azure Fong doesn't have any way to help me. However, while resting in a fortress in the Void Sea, I was fortunate enough to learn that you have previously appeared in the Eternal Realm, Guild Leader Black Flame. But now here you are in the miniature ancient world. Are you asking me to take you to the Eternal Realm, Vice Guild Leader Orbeth?" Shifeng asked, not feeling particularly surprised by Orbeth's revelation. The moment he returned to the miniature ancient world, anyone with a keen mind would have guessed that he had a means of traveling between realms. "I know traveling between realms is not an easy feat and must come at a great cost, Guild Leader Black Flame." Confidently, Orbeth said, "I am willing to foot the cost, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied by my payment." "You'll guarantee my satisfaction?" Shifeng chuckled. With his previous life's experiences, few things could catch his eye in the greater god's domain. "May I know what is the payment you speak of?" As if waiting for this question, Orbeth promptly said, "An entry slot to the upper level of the Eternal Realm's Golden Spire." As to what the Golden Spire is, I'm sure you should be more familiar with it than I am. A slot to the Golden Spire's upper level? Shifeng was quite surprised by Orbeth's offer. The Eternal Realm had the 7 cities, 4 towers, and 3 absolutes. Among them, the Golden Spire was one of the 4 towers. The Golden Spire contained countless treasures belonging to gods. There were even fragmented divine artifacts available inside. However, if players wished to obtain these treasures, they would first have to pass the Golden Spires trials. The Golden Spires trials were split into two levels, the lower level and the upper level. Players required a key to enter and challenge the Golden Spires trials, and each key only allowed 2 players to enter the spire. The Golden Spires keys were incredibly hard to come by. They were scattered across the Eternal Realm, and even upper-ranking hegemonic powers might not come across a key for the lower level after a month of searching. The chances of finding a key for the upper level were even lower, with only 1 upper-level key being found for every 100 or so lower-level keys. They were so rare that even apex powers might not find one after a year of searching. Because of this, whenever an upper-level key was found, the various powers would do everything they could to secure it. Apex powers even offered 3 legendary weapons to purchase an upper-level key. During his previous life, Shifeng had never obtained an upper-level key. Through 0 wing strength, he only managed to obtain a few lower-level keys. Meanwhile, the reward for passing the upper-level trial was a gold ancient tome. This gold ancient tome could provide detailed information on all worldly items, but players only had 1 opportunity to look up the item they wanted. The ancient tome would become useless after 1 use. In the past, many experts who had passed the upper-level trial had relied on the gold ancient tome they acquired to obtain a fragmented divine artifact. Currently, Shifeng had a headache finding the 7 luminaries' codex's fragments. If he could obtain a gold ancient tome, it would undoubtedly alleviate some of his problems. Not even apex powers can necessarily get their hands on one of the Golden Spire's upper-level keys right now, Orbeth explained. If you enter the Golden Spire's upper level, even obtaining a fragmented divine artifact might not be out of the question. Guild Leader Black Flame. It will definitely be worthwhile to trade 1 entry slot to the Eternal Realm for this opportunity, don't you think? It is indeed a worthwhile deal, Shifeng said after pondering for a moment. But if you wish to enter the Eternal Realm, I need you to agree to a condition. Vice Guild Leader Orbeth. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3464. Chapter 538. Meeting Aqua Rose Again. Chapter 3464. Chapter 538. Meeting Aqua Rose Again. Chapter 538. Meeting Aqua Rose Again. What condition? Orbeth asked, frowning a little when she heard Shifeng's words. She felt that Shifeng was asking for too much. The entry slot for the Golden Spire's upper level was exceedingly rare and precious. After all, according to her investigations, players could potentially obtain a fragmented divine artifact if they were strong enough. Meanwhile, a fragmented divine artifact was something that could grant Tier 5 players the strength to fight against Tier 6 players. Hence, simply the opportunity to obtain a fragmented divine artifact was easily worth much more than an entry slot for the Eternal Realm. Shifeng noticed the unhappy expression on Orbeth's face, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he said, "Don't misunderstand me, Vice Guild Leader Orbeth. I'm not asking for more payment. I just need you to keep quiet about the exact method you used to enter the Eternal Realm." An opportunity to enter the Golden Spire's upper level was tempting, but the Abyss Workshop certification wasn't an ordinary item worth exposing for such an opportunity. Its ability to transport multiple people across realms at a relatively affordable cost was especially valuable. Now that he had returned to the miniature ancient world, it would only be a matter of time before others noticed something. And if he helped Orbeth, others would notice it even sooner. However, exactly how he traveled between realms was a crucial point he wished to keep secret. Plenty of people were trying to get into the Eternal Realm right now. If even an expert such as Orbeth was willing to make such a lucrative offer to enter the Eternal Realm, it went without saying other experts would be in a similar situation. In that case, he would have plenty of business opportunities in the future, and having his methods remain unknown would give him a bigger advantage during negotiations. You can rest assured on this point, Guild Leader Blackflame. I can sign a God's domain contract promising this, Orbeth said, expressing her understanding. If others ask how I entered the Eternal Realm, I will say that I arrived there after accidentally entering a space-time passage. That won't be necessary, Sherfong said, waving his hand. If they ask about it, you can tell them the truth and say I helped you. Tell them the truth? Orbeth couldn't help but look at Sherfong in surprise. The ability to enter the Eternal Realm from the outside world was earth-shattering. The various pseudo-apex and apex powers would try to obtain this ability at all costs if they learned about it. The at all costs here wouldn't necessarily mean they would pay anything to obtain it. Instead, there was a high possibility they would outright demand Sherfong hand over the method. But since Sherfong dared to say so, it meant he was confident he could go against the various apex powers. Though, exactly what was giving him that confidence remained unknown. After all, having one Tier 6 war goddess was nowhere near enough to get the various apex powers to acknowledge him as an equal. Following this, Sherfong signed a God's domain contract with Orbeth, the contract stating that Sherfong would help Orbeth enter the Eternal Realm. In return, Orbeth must not tell others the exact method she used to enter the Eternal Realm, and she also must bring Sherfong into the Golden Spire a week after they entered the Eternal Realm unless Sherfong himself asked for a delay. 3 days later, after arranging the defenses of Withered Sea City, setting up a new great Grandmaster defensive magic array, and ensuring the city reopened successfully, Sherfong used the Abyss Workshop Certification's world-breaking teleportation to open a world-breaking gate to the Eternal Realm. This time he brought Su Qianlu, Wu Xiaoxiao, Midsummer, Rampant Blade, Jun Luosha, Wordless Ember, Sleeping Quicksand, Hidden Soul, Lu Wuxing, Galaxy Past, Crimson Heart, Sound Reaver, and Orbeth with him. After including Desolate Fury, Cross, Laroja, Ink Qilin, Riverlight, and Blaze Eye, they filled up all 20 slots of the world-breaking teleportation's 20 teleportation slots. Upon returning to the Eternal Realm's Crystal City of Secrets, Ink Qilin and the others eagerly entered the underground Crystal Palace. But because Sherfong had to go to the Golden Spire with Orbeth, he could only have Gentle Snow lead Su Qianlu and the others to explore the underground Crystal Palace with Scarecrow Fox's team. Ink Qilin had no objections to teaming up with Zero Wing and Azura's members. After all, it would be highly beneficial for Scarecrow Fox to do so. Firstly, Su Qianlu and the others were all equipped with secret treasures, which allowed them to have significantly greater damage output than other Tier 5 players. Secondly, Desolate Fury, Cross, and Laroja were Golden Masters, and a team that had the assistance of 3 Golden Masters could perform much better than even the various pseudo-Apex Powers teams. While Gentle Snow and the others left for the underground Crystal Palace, Sherfong and Orbeth visited a deserted area in the Crystal City and used Aurelia's key to teleport to the Golden Spire. Golden Spire! After the bright teleportation array faded, a magnificent spire that was 10 kilometers in height appeared before Sherfeng's eyes. The spire was ancient, radiating a powerful divine might that prevented players under Tier 5 from approaching. Although Tier 5 players could approach the spire, their movements would become stiff when enveloped by its divine might. Only experts with basic attributes that had reached the Tier 6 standard could remain unaffected by the divine might. There sure are a lot of people. Sherfong couldn't help but be astonished when he saw the large gathering of players outside the Golden Spire. At a glance, well over 10,000 players were gathered outside the Golden Spire. It should be known that these were only the players who had yet the spire. Who knew how many more people were inside the spire? Of the several times he had visited the Golden Spire during his previous life, he had never come across so many players coming to challenge the Golden Spire. Orbeth was also surprised by this situation. She had not expected to see so many players challenging the Golden Spire, and she couldn't help but feel tricked. After all, the keys to the Golden Spire weren't as rare and valuable as the rumors suggested. Before Sherfong and Orbeth could recover from their surprise, a young man who was a level 158, Tier 5 Berserker approached them. "Would you two like to join our team to enter the Golden Spire?" the Berserker youth asked as he looked at Sherfong and Orbeth. "Is it necessary to team up to enter the Golden Spire?" Sherfong couldn't help but be confused as he looked at the Berserker youth, whose combat standard was at the 5th floor standard. The Golden Spire wasn't a dungeon. Instead, it was a place that offered all who entered a standardized trial. There was no need for players to team up. It won't be necessary inside, but it's a different story if you want to enter the Golden Spire, the Berserker youth said with a wry smile. Then he pointed at the Golden Spire's entrance and said in frustration, "Do you see those people? They are all experts from the various pseudo-apex powers. You have just arrived, so you might not know, but those pseudo-apex powers have blocked the entrance and stated that nobody can enter before their members inside come out. If you want to force your way inside, you will need to have sufficient strength and qualifications. For example, if you are a member of a pseudo-apex power and your team has sufficient 5th floor experts, they will let you through since they know it wouldn't be worth fighting you. If you can't meet these two conditions, they'll kill you on the spot if you try to force your way in." Hearing the Berserker youth's explanation, Sherfong swept his gaze across the 100 or so players standing in the way of the Golden Spire's entrance. All these experts were at the 5th floor standard, and the guild emblems they wore came in 7 varieties. Among them, the ones Sherfong was familiar with were the Scarlet Merchant Alliances and Flaming Bees guild emblems. Sherfong also spotted the guild emblem of Star Dynasty, one of the Greater Gods domain's 9 great pseudo-apex powers. You can probably tell who the old man standing in the lead is, right? He's the Demon Axe War God, one of Star Dynasty's elders. Not only is he a veteran saint, but he is also a golden master. It's best if you don't try to provoke him. He has killed over 1,000 experts thus far, the Berserker youth explained when he saw Sherfong looking somewhat stunned. However, what the Berserker youth didn't know was that Sherfong wasn't stunned because of Demon Axe, but by a woman standing some distance away from Demon Axe. The woman in question wore a dark purple robe. She was stunningly beautiful like a fairy, and her every move radiated a seductive charm. Meanwhile, this woman was none other than Aqua Rose, one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders in Sherfang's previous life. TL notes, 1 Demon Axe War God. This is a title. It is based off of his trademark move, Demon Axe Spoilers. I will refer to him as Demon Axe in subsequent chapters as I do not know his actual ID, and it sounds long-winded to keep repeating Demon Axe War God. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3465, Chapter 539 Black Flame, Chapter 3465, Chapter 539 Black Flame, Chapter 539 Black Flame. Why is she here? Sherfong was genuinely surprised when he saw Aqua Rose standing outside the Golden Spire's entrance. During his previous life, Aqua Rose's life trajectory experienced massive changes due to his intervention. Firstly, she no longer worked for Twilight Echo. Instead, she chose to join Zero Wing and became Zero Wing's vice guild leader. Later on, she got promoted to Tier 6 and supervised Zero Wing's rapid development across multiple realms simultaneously. Eventually, she even became one of the key figures who spearheaded Zero Wing's entry into the 12 sanctuaries and led Zero Wing's fight against the various apex powers. Meanwhile, as one of Zero Wing's 5 great experts, Aqua Rose not only mastered 2 gold combat techniques, but she even acquired a fragmented divine artifact, and became capable of fighting primordial gods of the same level. In this life, though, Aqua Rose should have experienced a similar situation as other Tier 6 experts from their homeworld and entered the Greater God's domain through some special means. Only, Sherfong didn't think he would meet Aqua Rose in the Eternal Realm of all places. Moreover, The current Aqua Rose differed greatly from the Aqua Rose in Shifeng's previous life. The Aqua Rose in Shifeng's previous life was always brimming with vitality and fighting spirit, but the current Aqua Rose was inexplicably calm, like a lone wanderer who had experienced countless crises. And although the current Aqua Rose was not as strong as the Aqua Rose in Shifeng's previous life, she was still a bona fide fifth-floor expert. She could undoubtedly be considered one of the strongest experts in their homeworld. In addition, as if determined by fate, the current Aqua Rose wielded the same fragmented divine staff, too, she used in Shifeng's previous life. Breath of the Deep Sea. With the assistance of Breath of the Deep Sea, even if Aqua Rose was currently only a level 158, Tier 5 expert, she had a great chance of defeating Tier 5 saints wielding legendary weapons. Is that beauty an acquaintance of yours? Orbeth asked out of curiosity when she saw Shifeng staring at Aqua Rose. Something like that, Shifeng said in an uncertain tone. They were indeed very familiar with each other during his previous life. After all, Zero Wing's daily operations largely depended on Aqua Rose, with Gentle Snow and Blackie acting as her assistants. However, in this life, he had spent the first 10 years of God's domain working as the guild leader of some no-name guild, whereas Aqua Rose held the position of honorary elder of Twilight Echo, a top-tier, first-rate guild. They had zero interactions with each other. Even now, this remained true. So, he couldn't really say that they were acquaintances. Something like that? Orbeth grew confused. She couldn't understand how someone could be something like an acquaintance. Regardless, after taking another look at Aqua Rose in the distance, she softly said, I don't know what your relationship is with her, but I can tell you that she's not some random nobody. Based on my sources, one of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's taboos has taken a liking to her and signed a blood contract with her. So long as she joins Scarlet in the future, she'll easily become one of the greats there. A blood contract? Realization dawned upon Shifeng when he heard Orbeth's explanation. Blood contracts weren't uncommon in God's domain. It could be considered a way for players to grant other players strength. Or, more specifically, a blood contract could grant the contractee the combat experiences of the contractor, letting them personally experience the battles the contractor had experienced. However, the creation of a blood contract was not a simple task. Firstly, the contractor had to reach the 2-star Great Grandmaster standard in their mental strength development. Secondly, the contractor needed the materials to create a blood contract. Meanwhile, most of the materials needed were at the inferior divine rank. Lastly, the contractor had to invest roughly 2 to 5 years of their time and energy into creating the blood contract. Throughout this period, the only thing the contractor could do was immerse their combat experiences into the blood contract. Because of these 3 stringent factors, typically only pseudo-apex powers and apex powers could create blood contracts. Weaker powers had neither the resources nor the ability to create one. Outside the Golden Spire's entrance, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you after we enter the Spire Aqua, a level 157. Tier 5 cleric dressed in a holy white robe said apologetically as she walked up to Aqua Rose. Big Brother Dragon Soul had to go ahead and enter the spire first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pass the trial before the other powers' chosen ones and obtain the best reward. Though, if we had Big Brother Dragon Soul here to help us, none of the other pseudo-apex powers would have dared to lay a hand on us, nor would the Star Dynasty's demon axe be pointing fingers at us now. I understand, Melody. You don't have to apologize. Helping you is also something I should do, Aqua Rose said as she looked at the cleric named Seven Melody. Then, she glanced at the stalwart berserker standing in front of the Golden Spire's entrance and inwardly sighed as she thought to herself, the strength gap truly is huge. Sure enough, only the pseudo-apex powers' chosen ones can fight against these Golden Masters. The trip to the Golden Spire this time might seem like a joint effort between the 7 pseudo-apex powers, but in reality it was a competition between the 7 pseudo-apex powers chosen ones. Although Aqua Rose had the fortune of catching the eye of one of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's taboos due to 7 Melody and received significant improvements to her combat standards, among the experts visiting the Golden Spire this time, she could barely be considered above average. And in front of an expert like the Demon Axe War God, she was an insignificant existence. It's a pity you refused to get together with Big Brother Dragon Soul and join our family. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have definitely received a slot to enter the Golden Spire's upper level first, 7 Melody said as she looked at Aqua Rose with a hint of pity. If you could secure the upper level's rewards, you can definitely become a powerhouse in the Eternal Realm in the future. At that time, you and your family can move into a special tier city, and even people from Demon's Gate would be helpless against you. Become a powerhouse in the Eternal Realm. Aqua Rose smiled and shook her head. How can it be that easy? Not to mention, if I join your family, Demon's Gate will also point its sword at your family. After finding herself in the Greater God's domain through a fortunate event, Aqua Rose originally thought she could operate freely because of her status as a Tier 6 expert. However, after wandering about the Greater God's domain for some time, she learned that even Tier 6 players could barely get by here. By the way, I heard someone from your homeworld got onto the Sacred Glory list. He even caused multiple upper-ranking hegemonic powers to suffer immense losses, 7 Melody suddenly said. With his talents, if he has enough fortuitous encounters, he might also be able to become a powerhouse in the Eternal Realm. You mean Black Flame? In a plain tone, Aqua Rose said he has indeed made a name for himself in the Eternal Realm, but what he has seen thus far is only the tip of the iceberg the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers have to show. Not to mention, there are still pseudo-apex powers and apex powers above upper-ranking hegemonic powers. While Aqua Rose and 7 Melody quietly conversed, 2 people approached the Golden Spire's entrance. Of the 2, one was male, the other was female, and both were of the swordsman class. Seeing the 2 swordsmen, a middle-aged level 158, Tier 5 saint-ranked berserker guarding the entrance, impatiently said, "Do you 2 not see that our 7 guilds are busy here? Get lost if you're smart." Get lost? Are you talking about yourselves? Shifeng asked. As soon as Shifeng's words fell, the whole area went silent. Whether it was the players standing around the Golden Spire or the 7 pseudo-apex powers members, everyone looked at Shifeng in disbelief. Meanwhile, when Aqua Rose saw the familiar figure she had just recently seen on the latest Sacred Glory list, her eyes widened. Black Flame? TL notes, 1-2 fragmented divine artifact. I'm not sure whether this is supposed to be a divine artifact or a fragmented divine artifact. In the first instance, the author mentioned divine artifact, but in the second instance, too, the author wrote fragmented divine artifact. For the time being, I'll leave it as fragmented divine artifact. It could also be possible that Breath of the Deep Sea is a fragmented divine artifact that could be upgraded / repaired into a divine artifact. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3466, Chapter 540, Slaying a God with One Hand. Chapter 3466, Chapter 540, Slaying a God with One Hand, Chapter 540, Slaying a God with One Hand. What a crazy bastard! What gave him the courage to provoke the 7 pseudo-apex powers people? That guy's suicidal. Does he not see all the death drops scattered around the entrance? Everyone was shocked by Shifeng's blatant provocation. Shifeng wasn't the first person to have tried to get past the 7 pseudo-apex powers blockade and enter the Golden Spire, but everyone who previously tried had done so with a negotiating attitude. None dared to even speak loudly to the 7 pseudo-apex powers members. Even so, the 7 pseudo-apex powers members still killed those people to set an example. But now that Shifeng had taken the initiative to provoke the 7 pseudo-apex powers, nobody could imagine what the 7 powers would do to Shifeng and his companion. "Kid, you have guts, I'll give you that. But do you really think you can talk big in front of us just because you too are wearing Azure Fang's emblem?" The middle-aged berserker laughed. "Or do you think we will back away because of Azure Fang?" The other 7 pseudo-apex powers members laughed along with the middle-aged berserker. It was true that Azure Fang was a pseudo-apex power, but which of their 7 guilds wasn't one? Not to mention, leading their group was Star Dynasty, one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers. With their lineup, not even Azure Fang's guild leader would dare to behave so arrogantly in front of them. At this time, because of the commotion Shifeng caused, even Demon Axe, who had been resting his eyes, had turned to look at Shifeng. "Azure Fang!" Turning to the middle-aged berserker, Shifeng calmly said, "Since when have I said I was a member of Azure Fang?" "You're not from Azure Fang." The middle-aged berserker looked at Shifeng in confusion. Then, upon taking a closer look, he found that Shifeng, indeed, wasn't wearing Azure Fang's guild emblem. Only the blood elf standing next to him was, and at this discovery he couldn't help but ask, "Which guild are you from, then?" It was true that Azure Fang didn't have the qualifications to behave arrogantly before them, but it would be a different story if Shifeng were a member of one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers or an apex power. At this time, the other 7 pseudo-apex powers members also grew serious, none daring to laugh at Shifeng anymore. It might still be fine if Shifeng was only a member of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers, but they would be in deep trouble if he were from an apex power. Not even the 9 great pseudo-apex powers would dare to offend an apex power. The Golden Spire was crucial for the various powers' development, and everyone had to pay a great price to come here. If they were to kill an apex powers member here, even if said apex power wasn't strong enough to retaliate against them in the Eternal Realm, that didn't mean said apex power couldn't conduct its retaliation outside the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, under everyone's anxious gaze, Shifeng proudly said, "Zero Wing! Zero Wing!" Everyone was momentarily stunned as they looked at Shifeng's proud expression, their brains rapidly trying to recall which apex power went by the name of Zero Wing. Unlike everyone else, though, Aqua Rose couldn't help but look at Shifeng in exasperation. She couldn't believe Shifeng would be so bold to speak the truth, and to say it in such a prideful manner. "Are you messing with me, you little punk?" the middle-aged berserker bellowed after he finished recollecting his memories. "I've never heard of any apex power called Zero Wing. You must be tired of living." Meanwhile, shortly after the middle-aged berserker finished speaking, some of the people present quickly recognized Shifeng. "Zero Wing? I know who he is. He's Zero Wing's Black Flame. Now that you mention it, he does look like Black Flame. So, he's the guy who caused a couple of upper-ranking hegemonic powers to eat a huge loss? No wonder he's so arrogant." For someone with no background, coming in 11th on the Sacred Glory list is indeed a great achievement. In any other realm in the greater God's domain, such an achievement certainly gives him bragging rights. It's a pity he's in the Eternal Realm. He has no idea what terrifying existences he is going up against. After the publication of the latest Sacred Glory list, many players throughout the greater God's domain came to learn of the name Black Flame. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the various pseudo-apex powers, experts on the Sacred Glory list were still nothing but jokes. "It looks like it's about to end," Aqua Rose muttered, sighing when Aqua Rose saw the 7 pseudo-apex powers experts getting ready for a fight. When she first arrived in the greater God's domain, she had similarly thought that none of the greater God's domain's powers dared to provoke her because she was a Tier 6 player. It wasn't until she offended the Apex Power Demon's gate that she came to understand how terrifying Apex powers were. In fact, not to mention Apex powers, even pseudo-Apex powers could easily put a Tier 6 player into despair if they revealed so much as a small portion of their capabilities. While Aqua Rose was distracted with her thoughts, Demon Axe suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, Berserker, who had been guarding the Golden Spire's entrance all this time, arrived before Sherfong. What? Demon Axe is taking action himself? Demon Axe taking action was outside of everyone's expectations. Even the middle-aged Berserker who was about to teach Sherfong a lesson was shocked by this development. After all, Demon Axe had only ever taken action against groups of experts thus far. He had never bothered to move against individual players. He's using his trademark move. When Aqua Rose saw the Demon Axe War God's movements, she instantly knew that the other party was using his trademark move, and she couldn't help but be shocked by this development. The Demon Axe War God was titled as such because of his mastery over the gold combat technique Demon Axe. It was with this technique that the Demon Axe War God spread his fame across the greater God's domain. Although Demon Axe wasn't at Tier 6 right now, the combination of his gold combat technique and legendary axe allowed him to exhibit power on par with a Tier 6 player's full-powered attack. If Aqua Rose were to face this attack herself, even if she had a fragmented divine artifact in hand, she would have to use an invulnerability skill to keep herself alive. None of her other means would let her survive Demon Axe's attack. But just when Demon Axe's pitch-black axe was about to connect with its target, Sherfong suddenly appeared above Demon Axe, the blue longsword in his hand already descending toward the Tier 5 Berserker. Radiant Night. Holy Annihilation. PTCH black flames emerged from the winter of eternal night as it closed in on Demon Axe. Though it did not land on Demon Axe directly, as the latter had redirected his weapon's trajectory and used his attack to defend himself. Boom! When axe and long sword collided, pitch-black flames rose into the air. When the flames dissipated, Demon Axe could be seen kneeling on the ground and looking up at Sherfong in disbelief, a long gash running from his shoulder to his chest. Then, whilst confusion filled his mind, Demon Axe collapsed to the ground, becoming deader than dead. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3467. Chapter 541. Golden Spire's Trial. Chapter 3467. Chapter 541. Golden Spire's Trial. Chapter 541. Golden Spire's Trial. Demon Axe's fall plunged the surrounding players into an unprecedented shock. Demon Axe was not only a veteran Tier 6 Berserker god, but also someone who had mastered a gold combat technique. Even if he was currently at Tier 5, few players of the same tier could block his trademark move and live to tell the tale. Even the various pseudo-Apex powers chosen ones, individuals who had received priority nurturing and mastered gold combat techniques, could only match Demon Axe in a frontal clash. Yet, now, the mighty Demon Axe War God had failed to survive even a move against Sherfong. Moreover, this was after he had blocked Sherfeng's attack with his own. This was beyond inconceivable. More importantly, if even the Demon Axe War God had faced such a conclusive demise, who else present could possibly survive more than a move against Sherfong? When the middle-aged Berserker saw Sherfong slaying Demon Axe in one move, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat coating his forehead. At the same time, he celebrated the fact that he was slower than Demon Axe to make a move against Sherfong. Otherwise, he'd be the one in Demon Axe's shoes instead. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, who had been wearing a grim expression up to this point, couldn't help but widen her eyes and gasp in shock at how the clash unfolded. Of all the members, the 7 pseudo-Apex powers had mobilized to the Golden Spire this time. Only the chosen ones nurtured by the 7 pseudo-Apex powers, with everything they've got, could win against Demon Axe. Even then, it would be a narrow victory. So, Aqua Rose couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful Sherfong was to be able to achieve such a decisive victory over Demon Axe. However, What Aqua Rose didn't know was that Shurfeng was currently equipped with the Grey Moon Secret Treasure Set, which boosted his mana protection to the Tier 6 standard. Because of this, when he used Holy Annihilation, the mana technique would perform no differently than if a true Tier 6 player executed it, unless his opponent had a fragmented Divine Artifact or Tier 6 mana protection. Trying to stop his Holy Annihilation as a Tier 5 player would be no different than charging headfirst into a moving train. Of those present, only Orbeth seemed unsurprised by this outcome. It was as if she had known this would happen long ago, and she simply observed the various pseudo-Apex Powers members surrounding them with a look of interest. "Do you still wish to stand in our way?" Shurfeng asked as he surveyed the 100 or so experts surrounding him and Orbeth. His expression remained calm, behaving as if what he did was trivial. If this fight had happened before he grasped the gold combat technique Flowing Space, he would have indeed had difficulty killing Demon Axe. The best he could do was rely on the Grey Moon set's effects to gradually whittle down the other party. However, after grasping Flowing Space, Shurfeng no longer feared fights with players of the same tier. Even Golden Masters of the same tier would have a headache facing him. Not to mention, Demon Axe was only an expert who had mastered an offensive gold combat technique, making him no different than a glass cannon in front of Shurfeng. So long as he gave Shurfeng an opportunity, Shurfeng could finish him on the spot. Don't get conceited just because you killed Demon Axe Black Flame. Even if you enter the Golden Spire, our chosen ones won't spare you. That's right. You might not fear us because you've mastered a gold body technique, but our chosen ones have mastered more than just one type of gold combat technique. Several of them have even mastered gold body techniques. You're finished, Black Flame. You might still have a chance if you're up against those upper-ranking hegemonic powers, but going against our 7 pseudo-Apex powers will be your end in the Eternal Realm. Nobody can save you now. The 7 pseudo-Apex powers members sneered as they looked at Shurfeng, their confidence growing as they spoke. They even convinced themselves that Shurfeng would be eliminated from the Eternal Realm in the near future. Is that so? Then, come forward and show me what you're made of. Shurfeng sneered as he took a step forward. Immediately, the 100 or so experts surrounding Shurfeng subconsciously took a step back, as if there existed an invisible wall between them and Shurfeng. And following this, every step forward Shurfeng took, these experts would take one step backward, nobody daring to stay within 50 yards of him. This sight stunned the players present around the Golden Spire once more. All of the 7 pseudo-Apex Powers members present were 5th-floor experts, and quite a few of them were even Saint-ranked experts. Normally, a team of such a composition would be feared anywhere they went. Yet now, all these experts behaved like cowardly sheep in front of Shurfeng. Even after Shurfeng had stepped into the Golden Spire with Orbeth and vanished from everyone's vision, the 7 pseudo-Apex Powers members still did not dare move within 50 yards of the Golden Spire's entrance. An expert. This is how a true expert should be. Black Flame is too strong. If I could experience such a situation even once, I'd have no more regrets in my life. When the surrounding players saw Shurfeng and Orbeth disappearing into the Golden Spire, they couldn't help but verbalize their admiration for Shurfeng. Some had even started posting the videos they had just recorded onto the Eternal Realm's official forum to let everyone know what a true expert looked like. Aqua Rose was also greatly shocked by this situation. She didn't think Shurfeng would be so strong as to deter the 7 pseudo-Apex Powers experts from putting up even the slightest form of resistance. He was easily 10 times stronger than in the video the 7 Luminaries Alliance had attached to the Sacred Glory list. She found it truly hard to imagine such an expert had remained unknown for so long in their homeworld. Demon Axe is dead, and the various powers are in chaos. Let's use this chance to enter the Spire, Aqua, Seven Melody suggested to Aqua Rose when she saw the members of the 6 remaining pseudo-Apex powers falling into disarray. Also, although Black Flame is extraordinarily strong, I still don't think he'll be a match for the chosen ones inside. But if we get him to join us and team up with Big Brother Dragon Soul, it'll benefit us all. Aqua Rose fell into thought when she heard 7 Melody's suggestions. There were quite a few of the 7 Pseudo-Apex Powers members inside, and all of them were competing with each other. Even the Scarlet Merchant Alliance members inside weren't united at heart. If they could get Black Flame to join their group, it would help them greatly in surviving the competition. All right, let's head inside as well. Immediately, Aqua Rose and 7 Melody used the chaos to sneak into the Golden Spire. Aside from them, many other players had also used this opportunity to charge into the Golden Spire. Inside the Golden Spire, when their blurred vision recovered, Sherfong and Orbeth found themselves standing in front of a grand staircase in the clouds. The staircase was incredibly wide, at least several kilometers wide at first glance, and each step was 1 meter high and 2 meters long. Obviously, these steps were not made for humans, but for larger races. The staircase extended to a great height, but because the density of the clouds increased with height, it was impossible to see anything beyond 1,000 meters. Moreover, violent mana enveloped the staircase. Even with an advanced legendary mana body, Sherfong could feel his mana gradually getting influenced and going out of control. Sure enough, the magic elements here feel incredible no matter how many times I come here. When Sherfong sensed the dense magic elements around him and felt his mana being affected, he couldn't help but be astonished. Whether it was when he visited this place as a Tier 6 player in his previous life or with a Tier 5 advanced legendary mana body in this life, his mana failed to resist the influence of the Golden Spire's mana regardless. Even Orbeth was not an exception to this phenomenon. Just as Sherfong was about to start climbing the staircase, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. System, Primordial Abyssal Gods legatee detected. Do you wish to activate the Advanced Abyssal Trial? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3468, Chapter 542, Advanced Abyssal Trial, Chapter 3468, Chapter 542, Advanced Abyssal Trial, Chapter 542, Advanced Abyssal Trial and Advanced Abyssal Trial? Sherfong was caught off guard by the system notification. He had visited the Golden Spire more than once in his previous life. He had even conducted detailed research on the spire, and the information he held was no less than what the various Apex powers possessed. However, he had never heard of the Golden Spire having an Abyssal Trial, much less an Advanced Abyssal Trial. Normally, the Greater God's domain's various powers could go all out to fight each other just to secure a clue relating to a primordial god. Some upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates had even perished because of this. Meanwhile, the primordial abyssal god was one of the strongest primordial gods that had ever existed. If it was made known that a clue relating to the primordial abyssal god was hidden in the Golden Spire, there was no way the various powers could sit still. Even the high and mighty Apex powers wouldn't hesitate to start a war with each other. However, according to the information Sherfong collected, the Golden Spire's construction might involve ancient gods, but it was totally unrelated to primordial gods. Otherwise, the various Apex powers would have long since occupied the Golden Spire. They would have never let other powers set even a foot into the spire. System, you have 3 minutes to decide whether to activate the Advanced Abyssal Trial. If no response is given, the Advanced Abyssal Trial will not be activated by default. Activate it. Sherfong decided without hesitation. The primordial abyssal god's legacy was extraordinary. Setting aside the fact that primordial god legacies were nearly impossible to find in the current greater god's domain, just participating in an abyssal trial was a fortuitous opportunity in and of itself. Sherfong had no doubts he could get promoted to Tier 6 with his current capabilities. However, the 100 Refinement Mana Body quest required him to construct a legendary divine body, which was no easy feat. The construction of a divine body was different from a mana body. The stronger a divine body a player desired, the stronger the laws they needed to master to stabilize their divine body. Typically, an epic divine body required the mastery of one advanced law to stabilize. Although he had mastered 3 advanced laws, he wasn't sure if that was enough to stabilize a legendary divine body. If he could master more advanced laws through the help of the Abyssal Legacy, it would greatly increase his chances of constructing a legendary divine body. System: Advanced Abyssal Trial activated. Please climb to a height of 20,000 meters in the Golden Spire's upper level within 2 days. Rewards unknown. System: The countdown will begin as soon as you take your first step onto the lower level staircase. Please pay attention to your remaining time. Climb to a height of 20,000 meters in 2 days? Sherfong gasped when he saw the trial requirements, and he couldn't help but wonder if the main god system was joking with him. The Golden Spire was split into the lower and upper levels. Both levels measured 30,000 meters in height. Although players with the upper levels key could gain access to the spire's upper level, they still needed to start their ascent from the lower level. Moreover, for every 1,000 meters climbed, the trial's difficulty would increase. The average expert would typically need around 2 days just to get through the lower level. As for reaching the 20,000 meter mark on the upper level, that was an achievement that only 5 players had ever accomplished in Sherfeng's previous life. In addition, over 99% of the players who challenged the upper level failed to even reach the 10,000 meter mark. Currently, even if Sherfeng combined his past life's experiences with his current capabilities, he was only confident in reaching the 10,000 meter mark. As for the 20,000 meter mark, even if he had unlimited time, reaching it would be a huge challenge, let alone reaching it in 2 days. That was simply an impossible request. Just as Sherfeng and Orbeth were about to start climbing the staircase before them, 2 flashes of light appeared near them. When the lights faded, they revealed the figures of Aqua Rose and Seven Melody. When Seven Melody spotted Sherfeng and Orbeth, she approached them without hesitation and warmly spoke as if they were longtime acquaintances. "Please wait a moment, Guild Leader Black Flame. I have a tempting offer to make to you and your companion. May I have some of your time?" "A tempting offer? What is it?" Orbeth asked as she scrutinized Seven Melody with a look of curiosity. "It is something that will allow you to gain a great harvest, 3rd Vice Guild Leader Orbeth." "I promise," Seven Melody said, exposing Orbeth's identity with a smile. Orbeth's gaze turned a little wary when she heard Seven Melody's words. The changes to Azure Fong's 3rd Vice Guild Leader position were made in secret, and only a few people in Azure Fong were aware of it. Most other people in the guild only knew that someone else was sitting in the position of 3rd Vice Guild Leader. They weren't aware of exactly who was sitting in the position. "You don't need to look at me like that, Miss Orbeth. I'm not a monster," Seven Melody said, smiling. "I am only here to discuss a collaboration between us. It is a collaboration that can bring both of our parties great benefits." "Collaboration? What kind of collaboration do you have in mind?" Sherfeng asked out of curiosity. "Simple." Turning to Sherfeng, Seven Melody said, "I have legacy that hold a method to resist the lower level's mana, and it is the only copy in the Eternal Realm. This method can drastically lower the difficulty of your ascent. I can share it with you, but in exchange, I need you to help us reach the upper level as quickly as possible. I believe that we can both benefit greatly from this collaboration. After all, the sooner you reach the upper level, the more lucrative the final rewards you will receive. In addition, we can further our collaboration if we come across the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's Chosen Ones. If we work together with Scarlet's Chosen Ones, not even the other Pseudo-Apex Powers' Chosen Ones will dare to find trouble with you. A method to resist the lower level's mana. Sherfong couldn't help but look at Seven Melody in surprise. He had never heard of a mana resistance method recognized by the main god system for the Golden Spire's lower level. Normally, players could only research their own method of combating the lower level's mana. A standardized method was never found. After all, every player's mana body was different, and different mana bodies would react differently to the Golden Spire's mana. Yes, it is something that the beautiful Aqua next to me acquired after going through great difficulty. You will not find a second copy of it in the Eternal Realm, Seven Melody said, nodding as she pointed at Aqua Rose. You will most certainly regret it if you miss this opportunity. For your information, it has already been over 2 days since the 7 Pseudo-Apex Powers members entered the Golden Spire. They are probably scattered across both levels by now, and if you come across them, they will undoubtedly try to hinder your progress. Even if you can defeat them, it will take time and add difficulty to your trial. It will also affect the rewards you will receive. But with our mana resistance method, you can at least reduce some of the difficulties you will face and save yourself a lot of time. All right, I can agree to your conditions, Sherfong answered. Personally, he was quite intrigued by Seven Melody's suggestion. He was curious to see what kind of mana resistance method could be universally applied to all players. Not to mention, accepting Seven Melody's offer would allow him to help and get acquainted with Aqua Rose. I'm fine with it, too, Orbeth said, nodding. Great. Let's have a happy collaboration, then. Seven Melody happily said before taking out an ancient stone tablet. Then she continued, try to learn the method on this tablet as quickly as possible. There are going to be more people coming in a moment. When Seven Melody took out the stone tablet, the corners of Sherfeng's mouth immediately twitched after just taking a casual glance at it. The shock he currently experienced no less intense than when he triggered the Advanced Abyssal Trial. A Primordial God tablet. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3469. Chapter 543. Primordial God-Ranked Mana Technique. Chapter 3469. Chapter 543. Primordial God-Ranked Mana Technique. Chapter 543. Primordial God-Ranked Mana Technique. Well, are you two done learning it? Seven Melody urgingly asked as she looked at Sherfong and Orbeth. There is limited space in the trial area, and many more people will be entering soon. If we have to resist the trial's attacks within a limited space, the difficulty we have to face will increase, so we need to move quickly. However, despite Seven Melody's urging, Sherfong dared not rush himself and completely immersed himself in the information conveyed by the stone tablet. After all, this was a primordial god tablet they were talking about, and there were only a very small number of these tablets in the current greater god's domain. Before the Holy Race's invasion, those who got their hands on a primordial god tablet were deceived by the tablet's unremarkable appearance. At first glance, the tablets looked like nothing more than records casually left behind by the myriad ancient gods. However, sometime after the Holy Race's invasion began, players began to discover the uniqueness of the primordial god tablets. Typically, a stone tablet left behind by an ancient god would only contain one mana interpretation method, or more specifically, these ancient god tablets could only be interpreted using one method, and they would also only yield one outcome. However, primordial god tablets were different in that they could be interpreted using numerous mana interpretation methods, and every different method used would yield a different result. After only glancing at the tablet Seven Melody took out, Sherfong had already discerned over 10 methods to interpret it, which yielded him over 10 different methods of resisting mana. This situation allowed Sherfong to understand why Seven Melody had determined that her stone tablet held a mana resistance method everyone could use. Of course, the numerous mana resistance methods recorded in the Primordial God tablet were only one of its multiple aspects. What made a Primordial God tablet truly incredible was the mana techniques they contained. Every primordial god tablet would have a mana technique legacy hidden in it. As for whether players could obtain this mana technique legacy, it all depended on whether they could find the corresponding mana interpretation method for it and whether they had the necessary talent and capabilities to learn the mana technique. The passing down of primordial, god-ranked mana techniques had ceased during the mythical era. Although saints of future generations would later develop saint-ranked mana techniques, they were merely crude imitations of primordial, god-ranked mana techniques. They weren't even 10% as powerful or effective. This was also why primordial gods were extremely powerful. During his previous life, Feng had tried to find opportunities to learn a primordial, god-ranked mana technique, but he never managed to secure one, even after offering to trade for it using a legendary equipment set. Yet, now, Seven Melody had given him this opportunity without hesitation. Even if she wasn't aware of what she had in her hands, it was unbelievable nonetheless. If he were to let this opportunity slip by him, he would definitely regret it. Are you two still not done? It's been 2 minutes already. Seven Melody started growing anxious when she saw that Feng and Orbeth were still stuck learning from the tablet. Previously, when she and Aqua Rose studied the tablet, they didn't use more than 30 seconds. Meanwhile, as soon as they finished studying the tablet, the mana resistance method she spoke of was automatically generated and engraved in their minds. Yet now, Feng and Orbeth still weren't done studying the tablet after 2 minutes. With this much time, even a pig should have finished learning the mana resistance method already. Just a little longer. I'm finding some parts difficult to understand, Feng awkwardly explained. This was his first time interpreting a primordial god tablet. He had also never learned how to interpret a primordial god tablet, as only powers with primordial god tablets would know the proper methods to do so. However, none of these powers would share their methods or their primordial god tablets with others. Even if these powers did share their methods, they likely wouldn't be useful. After all, the correct interpretation methods for every primordial god tablet were different. Meanwhile, in the 2 minutes he spent studying Seven Melody's primordial god tablet, he had already tried over 100 interpretation methods and obtained over 100 answers. But none of these answers led to a mana technique. Meanwhile, roughly 5 minutes after Feng started studying the primordial god tablet, a large group of players appeared at the bottom of the staircase. At a glance, there were easily over 1,000 players. After these players excitedly surveyed the Golden Spire's interior, they promptly charged up the staircase, none even bothering to glance at Feng's group of 4. Seven Melody felt as if her head was about to explode when she saw this, and she couldn't help but turn to Aqua Rose and whisper, "Aqua, are these 2 people truly experts? Why do I feel like they're just 2 blockheads?" "I don't know." Aqua Rose shook her head, similarly feeling puzzled as she watched Feng and Orbeth completely focused on the stone tablet in Seven Melody's hand. The tablet's content is pretty simple. Logically, they should only need a few seconds to learn everything. Subsequently, time continued passing, and amidst Aqua Rose and Seven Melody's hushed conversation, Orbeth suddenly took a deep breath and smiled. "I learned it," Orbeth reported to Seven Melody, looking quite proud of herself. Hearing Orbeth's report, Seven Melody didn't know what she should say in response. Should she praise her? 10 minutes. Orbeth had used 10 minutes to accomplish what she had accomplished in less than 30 seconds. Yet the Blood Elf behaved like a child who had just scored full marks on a test. For a moment, Seven Melody couldn't help but wonder if she had taken out the wrong tablet. At this time, Orbeth noticed that Feng was still staring at the tablet, his body remaining motionless. "He seems to be stuck on something, just like you were before," Aqua Rose explained when she saw Orbeth looking at Feng curiously. "Well, it is quite difficult." Orbeth nodded to express her understanding. "If not for my foundation, I would have probably been stuck for a much longer time." Seven Melody grew even more speechless when she saw Orbeth expressing her understanding. Were any foundations necessary to use a mana interpretation method on a stone tablet? Wasn't this something that could be accomplished by any player capable of manipulating mana? Meanwhile, after half an hour, a joyful exclamation suddenly sounded at the bottom of the Golden Spire's lower level. Hearing this, Seven Melody and Aqua Rose breathed a sigh of relief. This was because the joyful exclamation came from none other than Sherfong. Finally, at long last, I've finally learned it. At this moment, the joy on Sherfeng's face was apparent even to an ordinary person. His excitement could even infect those looking at his expression. However, Seven Melody and Aqua Rose could only roll their eyes at Sherfong when they saw his behavior. 30 minutes. In the half hour they spent waiting for Sherfong to be done with learning the mana resistance method, they saw over 10,000 players entering the Golden Spire and ascending the lower level staircase. With the addition of so many competitors, it would become even more difficult for them to catch up to the first batch of experts the Scarlet Merchant Alliance had sent into the Golden Spire. "Let's go," Sherfong said, awkwardly smiling when he saw the impatient look on Seven Melodies and Aqua Rose's faces. "Don't worry. I promise we can catch up to them in no time." Studying the Primordial God Tablet was not easy. He had used over 1,000 mana interpretation methods before he finally found the one that led him to the mana technique recorded on the tablet. Fortunately, the mana technique recorded on the tablet just so happened to be incredibly useful for him. This was because the mana technique was a sword technique meant for swordsmen. The Primordial God-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. It was a well-known mana technique in the Greater Gods domain, and it was also the trademark technique of the blood-soaked Rakshasa. What excited Sherfong even more was the identity of the creator behind this Primordial God-ranked mana technique. The Goddess of Space. Despite not being a primordial god, the Goddess of Space had created a Primordial God-ranked mana technique. For players who weren't primordial gods, Dark Moon was undoubtedly the easiest to learn out of all Primordial God-ranked mana techniques in existence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3470. Chapter 544. Initial Mastery over the Law of Space. Chapter 3470. Chapter 544. Initial Mastery over the Law of Space. Chapter 544. Initial Mastery over the Law of Space. Catch up in no time. Seven Melody couldn't help but roll her eyes at Sherfong, feeling both angry and exasperated. The Golden Spire's trials were tailored toward individual players. If players could pass the trials, they could continue to advance. If not, they would be stuck where they were, and outsiders wouldn't be able to help them. In addition, there was limited space inside the Golden Spire. So, the more players there were challenging Golden Spire, the less space players had to maneuver around, which would, in turn, increase the difficulty of their trials. Currently, more than 10,000 players were already inside the Golden Spire, and these players had nearly a 30-minute head start over their group of 3. If they were to start their climb now, the difficulty of the trials they faced would be substantially greater, and the time they needed to overcome the trials would most certainly be longer than normal. So, even if they did catch up to these 10,000-plus players, Seven Melody wasn't even sure if she and Aqua Rose could outcompete the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's paragons who had entered the Golden Spire in the first batch. Apart from the chosen ones cultivated by the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, the competition between the guild's paragons was extraordinarily intense. While she might have an upper-level key for the Golden Spire in her possession, she couldn't use it to enter the upper level at her discretion. Whether she could use it to enter the upper level still depended on the time she used to complete the lower level. After all, upper-level keys were hard to come by. The Scarlet Merchant Alliance naturally wouldn't waste such a precious resource on individuals who took too much time to complete the lower level. However, Sherfong didn't bother to explain himself. He simply smiled and stepped onto the staircase before him. Dark Moon, the goddess of space's legacy, was incredibly profound. The mana technique was split into 7 moves: the Sword of Earth, the Sword of Water, the Sword of Wind, the Sword of Fire, the Sword of Time, the Sword of Illusion, and the Sword of Space. The 7 moves were an advanced application of the 4 major elements and the 3 supreme elements. There were no differences in strength between the 7 moves. Each move had its strengths. Meanwhile, Dark Moon utilized the element of space as its core, and the element allowed for the continuous integration of other magic elements. When all 7 elements were merged into one, the user of Dark Moon could fight primordial gods of the same tier. Although Sherfong had yet to master any of the 7 moves, through the information he gained from the goddess's legacy, he had already gained initial mastery over the law of space, which could be considered as him having learned the Dark Moon mana technique. By manipulating the space element, he could not only fully stabilize his mana, but he could even spread it out to create a mana domain inside the Golden Spire. While he couldn't extend his mana domain as far out as he normally could, he could ensure its absolute stability within a 50-yard radius. Gaining mastery over the space element also enlightened Sherfong on why, despite the primordial god tablet having various mana resistance methods, any of these methods could allow players to resist the Golden Spire's rampant mana. "Let's go as well, Melody," Aqua Rose said persuasively as she looked at the exasperated cleric beside her. "There might be some changes to the plan, but at least none of those outside experts will dare to make a move against us." The Golden Spire had lucrative rewards. This was something everyone knew. But not everyone could get their hands on these rewards, and some selfish individuals might choose to sabotage others once they knew they had no chance of proceeding any further. However, with Sherfong acting as a deterrent, it was unlikely anyone would dare to target their group. "I guess you're right." After thinking it over, 7 Melody could only use Aqua Rose's reasoning to console herself. Subsequently, 7 Melody and Aqua Rose also stepped onto the staircase, intending to pass through the lower levels trials as quickly as possible. Players would face a trial every 1,000 meters they ascended in the Golden Spire. According to the information the Scarlet Merchant Alliance obtained, these trials required players to break through a magic barrier while fighting against magic puppets of the same tier. Every magic puppet was at the refinement realm standard by default, and they could only damage the players they were summoned to target. Moreover, the magic puppets would grow stronger with numbers. For every 3 magic puppets on the battlefield, they could form a small battle array that would increase their basic attributes and elevate their combat standards by 1 rank. For every 3 small battle arrays present, they could form a medium battle array that would elevate the magic puppet's basic attributes to the standard of archaic species and combat standards to the Void Realm. For every 3 medium battle arrays present, they could form a large battle array that would increase the magic puppet's basic attributes to the standard of ferocious beasts and grant every one of them the ability to use domains. If surrounded by these enhanced magic puppets, even 5th floor experts would lose their lives if they weren't careful. While facing the attacks of these magic puppets, players needed to break the magic barrier hindering their advance as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once a set amount of time passed, the magic barrier would fully regenerate, and players would have to start breaking the barrier all over again. Furthermore, for every trial players completed, the number of magic puppets they faced would increase by 3. And for every 10,000 meters they climbed, the gravity they experienced and the volatility of the mana surrounding them would double. Meanwhile, the instant 7 Melody and Aqua Rose ascended 1,000 meters up the staircase, their first trial began, and 6 magic puppets appeared a short distance away from them. The 6 magic puppets charged at the 2 players in groups of 3, and each group was empowered by a small battle array. In this rampant mana environment, a 4th floor expert would have to expend a lot of energy just to cope with these magic puppets. However, just as 7 Melody and Aqua Rose were about to rely on their formidable basic attributes to repel the magic puppets, a familiar voice suddenly entered their ears. Kneel! Following this voice, the crisp sound of 3 objects hitting the ground came from nearby. When Seven Melody and Aqua Rose turned toward the source of these sounds, they saw 3 magic puppets falling flat onto the floor, as if something heavy was crushing them. How is this possible? Seven Melody exclaimed, her mouth having difficulty closing when she saw the owner of the voice. The person who had immobilized the 3 magic puppets was none other than Sherfong, the person who had spent half an hour learning a mana resistance method. Mana domain. He's using his mana domain. Aqua Rose muttered in shock as she looked at Sherfong. She was able to quickly determine the cause of the 3 magic puppets situation. He can use his mana domain here. Apart from a mana domain, Aqua Rose could think of no other explanation for how Sherfong managed to suppress the magic puppets with words alone. But the problem was that the Golden Spire's mana environment destabilized players' mana. In such a situation, even fighting normally was an impossible task, let alone creating a mana domain that was strong enough to suppress enemies thoroughly. This situation was even more unbelievable than fantasy. Has he already mastered the law of space? At this time, Orbeth was similarly looking at Sherfong in astonishment. But the cause for her surprise was different from that of Seven Melody and Aqua Rose. As someone who had learned the goddess of space's Dark Moon legacy, Orbeth could more or less guess how Sherfong could use his mana domain inside the Golden Spire. However, it was precisely because she knew how he did it that she couldn't help but be astonished. Previously, after spending 10 minutes analyzing Seven Melody's stone tablet, Orbeth had arrived at the goddess of space's legacy. Then, after learning the goddess's legacy, she gained basic mastery over the space element, which allowed her to stabilize the mana in her body. Originally, Orbeth thought that she was already a fast learner, but now it was revealed that even though Sherfong had taken more time to analyze the stone tablet than she did, he had gained greater mastery over the goddess's legacy than she did. After all, the fact that Sherfong could extend his mana beyond his physical body meant that he had already gained advanced mastery over the space element, which also meant that he had already gained initial mastery over the law of space. This was simply unbelievable. The rest of you kneel as well. When Sherfong saw the 6 magic puppets targeting Seven Melody and Aqua Rose resuming their charge, he spoke again. Immediately afterward, all 6 magic puppets fell to the ground and stopped moving. Then he calmly said, "Let's go to the next trial." TL notes, 1 kneel. This should have been translated as "get down," but it could be misunderstood as Sherfong telling his allies to get down because he's going to use some powerful AoE move. So I opted for kneel. It also sounds cooler. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3471. Chapter 545. Sudden Changes to the Golden Spire. Chapter 3471. Chapter 545. Sudden Changes to the Golden Spire. Chapter 545. Sudden Changes to the Golden Spire upper level. In a vast temple surrounded by clouds, a burst of colorful radiance suddenly appeared in the middle of the structure. Then, the lights disappeared to reveal 4 figures. "We arrived just like that." A pleasant voice sounded, causing the 100 or so players resting in the temple to turn their heads toward the source. The owner of the voice was a female cleric with a gentle and elegant appearance, and at first glance, she looked very much like an angel. Newcomers. Has another pseudo-apex power arrived at the Golden Spire? These people have such bad luck to appear at this time. Now, the upper-level key they went to great lengths to obtain has gone to waste. When the resting players saw the female clerics group appearing in the temple, some expressed surprise, some expressed ridicule, and some expressed pity. What's wrong with these people? Why are they looking at us like that? Seven Melody wondered in confusion. After scanning the temple, She could tell everyone was talking about their group. This is strange. This should be nearly everyone, if not everyone, who has reached the upper level, Aqua Rose commented. Logically, the first batch of players to have entered the spire should have arrived on the upper floor quite some time already. Even though we've taken only 11 hours to clear the lower level, it doesn't make for us to meet them here. These people also look exhausted, so they've clearly been through a lot of battles. Keys to the Golden Spire's upper level were incredibly rare. At most, only a couple dozen should have been found thus far. And since each key could only allow 2 players to enter the spire's upper level, the maximum number of players that could enter the upper level should only be a little over 100. In other words, the players resting in the temple should be most, if not all, of the players currently on the upper level. It should be known that their group of 4 had entered the Golden Spire 2 days later than the various guilds' first batch of players did. Logically, the players in the first batch should have long arrived and made significant progress on the upper level. So, it was incredibly strange for them to meet so many players at the upper level starting point. Amidst Seven Melody and Aqua Rose's confusion, an exclamation suddenly sounded from a corner of the temple. "Little Seven, how did you get up here so quickly?" The speaker was a female assassin dressed in black leather. She had a shapely figure, and she gave off a wild feeling. Although the assassin was masked, it was still possible to tell that she had a beautiful face based on her facial features. "Big Sis Glow," Seven Melody exclaimed when she saw the female assassin. Then she curiously asked, "Why are you still on the first trial? Shouldn't you have entered the upper level long ago?" Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul were the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's chosen ones of this generation. The two were about evenly matched in strength, and they were labeled as the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's most talented, chosen ones in the past century. Even before reaching the age of 25, the two had already mastered a gold combat technique. Now, in their 30s, they had already mastered 2 gold combat techniques of different categories and received the guild's full support. Both of them were equipped with legendary equipment sets and top-tier legendary weapons, and at the same level in tier, they could fight against even the chosen ones nurtured by apex powers. "We are here by accident," the female assassin named Solitary Glow said, waving her hand. Then, she moved her sharp gaze over to Sherfong and Orbeth, curiously asking, "Who are these 2? Why did you arrive here with them?" "They're the reinforcements I found. Big Sis Glow," Seven Melody proudly said. "This man here is Guild Leader Black Flame, while this beautiful lady here is Azure Fong Saintess. It is thanks to them that Aqua and I were able to arrive on the upper level so quickly. It only took them 11 hours to complete the lower level. They were several times faster than the various pseudo-apex powers paragons. Although some of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's paragons waiting at the end of the lower level had initially thought of competing for the 2 slots she had for the upper level, they could only despair after learning of her and Aqua's clear speed. In fact, if not for the 2 of them being too slow at breaking the trial's magic barriers, Sherfong and Orbeth could have completed the lower level in 6 hours. Guild Leader Black Flame? When Solitary Glow heard Sherfang's name, she suddenly thought of something as she looked at Sherfong, feeling somewhat surprised, and asked, "Are you the one who killed Demon Axe and angered the Star Dynasty?" "Yes, that's me," Sherfong nodded. "How brave of you." Seeing the calm look on Sherfong, Solitary Glow couldn't help but give him a friendly reminder, saying, "Do you know that Sleeping Spark, one of the Star Dynasty's chosen ones, has already declared that he will kill you every time he sees you? He has also announced a reward of 5 eternal gold for anyone who reports your location in the Golden Spire." 5 eternal gold. Aqua Rose was astonished by the revelation. That much. 1 eternal gold was about as much as the average 4th floor expert owned in the current Eternal Realm. So paying 5 eternal gold for just a player's location was a huge extravagance. Now that even the various cities in the real world were buying up eternal coins, A fortune of 5 eternal gold would be enough for her to live extravagantly in a second-tier city for an entire year. How generous of them, Seven Melody commented in agreement. Even she didn't have 5 eternal gold on her right now. I heard that the secret treasures sold by the Crystal City of Secrets trading firm only cost about 12 eternal gold. With the reward they're offering, I can already buy a common secret treasure after reporting Guild Leader Black Flame's location 3 times. Upon hearing Seven Melody's words, Sherfone couldn't help but look at the cleric in surprise. He didn't think the secret crystal trading firm's fame had spread so much. "You two shouldn't have come here," Solitary Glow said as she returned her gaze to Seven Melody and Aqua Rose. Not long ago, Sleeping Spark climbed to a height of 10,000 meters and caused a sudden change to the entire upper level. Aside from him, everyone else was teleported back to the starting point. In addition, the trial's magic puppets have also undergone a qualitative transformation. Now even the first trial's magic puppets have domains, and every move they make is at the standard of an advanced bronze combat technique. Combined with the assistance of their small battle array, all 3 of the first trial's magic puppets have combat standards at the 4th floor standard. Even if Dragon Soul and I keep you 2 safe from other players, the best you 2 can accomplish is clear the first trial. They've stepped into the realms of truth. Seven Melody was greatly surprised. Even when she climbed to 30,000 meters on the lower level, the combat standards of the magic puppets she faced only had access to a domain. They had no mastery over the realms of truth. If the upper level's magic puppets were as strong as Solitary Glow described, combined with the Golden Spire's volatile mana environment, even 5th floor experts would find their progression coming to a halt. After all, if the magic puppets could exhibit the power of bronze combat techniques with their every move, after factoring in the assistance of a small battle array, they would be able to unleash power at the Tier 6 standard. This would remove any advantages players had over the magic puppets. As for you 2, I'm afraid you have come here for nothing, Solitary Glow said as she turned to Sherfone and Orbeth. While I am grateful for you for bringing Little Seven and her friend here, you are currently being targeted by the Star Dynasty. All of the various Pseudo-Apex Powers members here have their eyes set on you too. Even if Dragon Soul and I try to help you, I don't think they will give up. When Seven Melody saw that Solitary Glow was hinting at Sherfone and Orbeth to leave, she quickly interjected and said in a serious tone, "Guild Leader Black Flame and his friend are very strong. Big Sis Glow. If you join forces with them, you can definitely climb to greater heights." Very strong. Solitary Glow couldn't help but chuckle at Seven Melody's claim. How strong could someone ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list possibly be? Even someone of her caliber would quickly fall when attacked by over 100 paragons and chosen ones from the various Pseudo-Apex powers. However, seeing the determination in Seven Melody's eyes, Solitary Glow ultimately sighed and said, "All right then. Since they have helped you, it would be shameful of us to just stand by and watch. But let me make things clear. Our ability to resist is limited. If we can't hold on, your friends will have to rely on themselves." "Thank you, Big Sis Glow," Seven Melody said with a smile. "Okay, get ready. We'll start climbing the spire in 1 minute," Solitary Glow said before leaving to discuss the situation with Dragon Soul, who was resting some distance away. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3472. Chapter 546. Come and Meet Your Maker. Chapter 3472. Chapter 546. Come and Meet Your Maker. Chapter 546. Come and Meet Your Maker. Seven Melody breathed a sigh of relief shortly after Solitary Glow walked away. Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul were the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's chosen ones of this generation. They were slated to become the guild's taboos in the future, and their status was so high that they didn't even need to show respect to the guild's vice guild leaders. Even though Seven Melody was the successor of her family, out of the two chosen ones, only Dragon Soul came from her family. Solitary Glow, on the other hand, was nurtured by the guild leader's family. So, if Solitary Glow refused to help her, there would be nothing Seven Melody could do about it. "I'm sorry, Guild Leader Black Flame," Seven Melody said as she looked at Sherfone apologetically. "Big Sis Glow doesn't mean any harm. It's just that upper-level keys are incredibly precious, and she is worried that me and Aqua will waste this opportunity." "I understand." Sherfone nodded, not minding Solitary Glow's attitude toward him. "If I were in her position, I wouldn't dare to recklessly help an outsider in the Golden Spire, either." Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul were very famous individuals during Sherfang's previous life. It was especially so for Solitary Glow. Aside from their strength, another factor that played into their fame was due to the splitting of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. At the time, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's guild leader had suddenly left the guild with a bunch of people to start his own guild, called the Blood Drinking Chamber of Commerce. Then, after its establishment, the Blood Drinking Chamber of Commerce fought restlessly against the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. However, because the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's taboos remained with the guild, the Blood Drinking Chamber of Commerce was never a match for it. If not for Solitary Glow having the strength to hold off 3 of Scarlet's taboos by herself at the time, the Blood Drinking Chamber of Commerce wouldn't even be able to continue surviving in the Greater God's domain. Back then, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance had made numerous offers to pull Solitary Glow back to its side. However, no matter how tempting an offer Solitary Glow received, she had never agreed to defect from the Blood Drinking Chamber of Commerce. Ultimately, though, the Blood Drinking Chamber of Commerce still met its destruction after the Scarlet Merchant Alliance produced a new taboo, breaking the balance in strength. Meanwhile, after the Blood Drinking Chamber of Commerce disappeared from the Greater God's domain, Solitary Glow seemingly disappeared with it. She never joined another power or showed herself in public afterward, and a few Apex powers couldn't help but lament the situation. It wasn't just because the Greater God's domain had lost a loyal and powerful asset, such as Solitary Glow. It was more so because the Scarlet Merchant Alliance could have become one of the 9 great pseudo-Apex powers and potentially even an Apex power in the future had it not experienced such a sudden internal split. Meanwhile, after meeting Solitary Glow in person, Sherfone could tell that she was indeed devoted to her guild, her behavior lacking any ulterior motives. If any other member of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's guild leaders faction were in her place, they would be more than eager to see Seven Melody waste an upper-level key, as this would, in turn, weaken the influence of Seven Melody's faction. Not to mention, there were over a dozen Star Dynasty experts currently targeting their group of 4 in the temple. Among them, even the weakest among them, was a level 157 saint, and every one of them also wielded a legendary weapon. If these experts were to work together, even if they were only at Tier 5, they could still reign supreme over any kingdom in the outside world, and no power would dare to underestimate them. With all these experts targeting their group, nobody could fault Solitary Glow, even if she refused to help their group. Honestly, if Zero Wing wasn't in the middle of clashing with multiple Apex powers in his previous life, Sherfone would have tried to recruit Solitary Glow into Zero Wing. Meanwhile, shortly after the exchange between Sherfone and Seven Melody, Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul approached their group. Dragon Soul was a giant of a man, his height coming in at 6 meters. He carried a large hammer made of white bones on his back, and every step he took shook the ground around him. Even though he was only a level 158, Tier 5 Berserker, he gave off the feeling of a bona fide Tier 6 Berserker god. "Let's go!" After sweeping an indifferent glance at Sherfone and Orbeth, Dragon Soul said, "When the Star Dynasty's people come for us later, Glow and I will stop their 2 chosen ones. As for the others, you will have to deal with them yourselves." "What arrogant words you have there, Dragon Soul," Do you really dare protect the people the Star Dynasty is targeting? As soon as Dragon Soul finished speaking, a young male demi-dragon clad in black armor and wielding a large saber suddenly spoke up. Do you think you are invincible in the Golden Spire just because you managed to survive a fight with Sleeping Spark? So, are you saying you can win against me, Black Tiger? Dragon Soul said as he glanced at the demi-dragon with disdain. If I say I'm going to protect them, nobody can touch them. The Star Dynasty had 4 chosen ones. However, apart from Sleeping Spark, Dragon Soul did not consider any of the other 3 chosen ones as worthy of his attention. If not for the interference of the Golden Spire's magic puppets, he and Solitary Glow could easily trample over the 2 other Star Dynasty chosen ones on the upper level. I would like to see you try then. Suddenly, a low and crisp laugh sounded in the temple, and the nonchalant expressions of Dragon Soul and Solitary Glow immediately grew serious as they turned to look at the person who just spoke. The person who just spoke was a gorgeous woman in a red dress. She had long, fiery red hair that cascaded down her back, and she was akin to a fire elemental as her mere presence caused the surrounding space to heat up. Evidently, the woman had already surpassed the standard of saints when it came to the use of the fire element. Are you planning to help the Star Dynasty, Scarlet? Dragon Soul asked, his expression darkening and a hint of fear flashing in his eyes as he looked at the gorgeous woman. At this time, Solitary Glow also wore an ugly expression as she whispered to Sherfong and Orbeth. She's Flaming Bee's Scarlet Sorceress. She is no weaker than Dragon Soul and I. If she decides to help the Star Dynasty, I'm afraid you will have to give up on challenging the Golden Spire. Few people in the Greater God's domain knew about Scarlet Sorceress. Firstly, it was because Flaming Bee had secretly nurtured Scarlet Sorceress as one of its chosen ones, and rarely would she take action in the Greater God's domain. Secondly, most of those who had fought Scarlet Sorceress in actual battle had their existences immolated, with even their immortal souls being burnt to nothing. If not for Scarlet Sorceress taking action on the Golden Spire's upper level, none of them present would have known that Flaming Bee had been hiding such a chosen one. I have no intentions of helping the Star Dynasty, Scarlet Sorceress said, shaking her head. Then she turned to Sherfong and continued, I simply have some accounts to settle with Guild Leader Black Flame. With me? Sherfong couldn't help but grow confused. He failed to recall ever having provoked Flaming Bee's Scarlet Sorceress. What a forgetful person you are, Guild Leader Black Flame. Smiling faintly at Sherfong, Scarlet Sorceress said, Have you forgotten about Eternal's auction already? Thanks to you allying with the Blaze Conglomerate, Flaming Bee lost its head start in the underground Crystal Palace. I was present at the auction and watched as you happily outbid us. I bet you never thought about today, right? Following Scarlet Sorceress's words, Solitary Glow, Seven Melody, and Aqua, Rose couldn't help but grow speechless at Sherfeng's ability to offend pseudo-apex powers. Meanwhile, Sherfong laughed in response to Scarlet Sorceress's words. Then, after stepping onto the staircase connected to the temple, he nonchalantly glanced at Scarlet Sorceress and the Star Dynasty's members and said, Do you think I need to? As soon as Sherfong finished speaking, dense mana spread from his body, instantly causing the 3 magic puppets that had appeared before him to kneel on the ground. Even though all 3 magic puppets were at the 4th floor standard, none could move an inch from where they stood, let alone get close to Sherfong. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3473. Chapter 547, Distinguished Results. Chapter 3473. Chapter 547, Distinguished Results. Chapter 547. Distinguished Results, a mana domain. He can use his mana domain in the Golden Spire. How is this possible? How is he unaffected by the Spire's rampant mana? The players resting in the temple couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the magic puppets kneeling to Sherfong as if he were their ruler. Even Scarlet Sorceress, who had been mocking Sherfong just a moment ago, looked at this situation in stunned silence. How did he do it? Shouldn't it be impossible to control the Golden Spire's volatile mana? Solitary Glow was greatly confused by the situation taking place on the staircase. She even suspected that her eyes were currently playing a trick on her, and the 3 magic puppets weren't actually kneeling before Sherfong. The biggest difference separating high-tiered players from low-tiered players was the ability to use mana domains. During the initial launch of a god's domain, there was even a saying that players beneath tier 4 were no different than ants. This saying existed because of the ability for tier 4 players to use mana domains. With the assistance of a mana domain, a tier 4 player could exert absolute suppression over players beneath tier 4 and turn Zerg tactics into jokes. Although everyone present was currently at tier 5, the difference between having and not having the ability to use a mana domain would result in a massive gap in combat power. At this time, Dragon Soul also started to take Sherfong seriously. He no longer dared to treat him as merely a friend of 7 Melody and someone needing protection. Even though Sherfang's equipment was inferior to everyone present, his ability to unleash his mana domain in the Golden Spire's environment would ensure he was not at a disadvantage. He would even be at an advantage when fighting on the staircase. Once in a trial area, players would have to constantly face the attacks of magic puppets. If players were to fight other players in this situation, they would have to defend themselves against the attacks of both players and magic puppets. However, the trial's magic puppets were nothing but jokes in front of Sherfong. If anyone were to fight Sherfong in a trial area, they would not only have to fight the magic puppets and Sherfong together, but they would also have to do so while being suppressed by Sherfang's mana domain. In such a situation, even 10 chosen ones working together would not be a match for Sherfong. Seeing the various pseudo-Apex Powers members falling into a daze, 7 Melody and Aqua, Rose couldn't help but be amazed. It was especially so for Aqua Rose. Aqua Rose could never imagine herself going against the chosen ones of 2 pseudo-Apex Powers. Yet, Sherfong, someone who came from the same world as her, had not only done so, but he had managed to deter the 2 pseudo-Apex Powers, chosen ones, to a point where they didn't dare to make a move against him. "Let's go," Sherfong said to 7 Melody and Aqua Rose. Seeing as neither Scarlet Sorceress nor the Star Dynasty's members dared to escalate their aggression, he no longer wished to continue wasting his time with them. After saying so, Sherfong began making his way up the staircase. Okay. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd in the temple, 7 Melody and Aqua Rose followed Sherfong excitedly. As for Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul, it took them a moment to process the situation, but they quickly chased after Sherfang's group once they came back to their senses. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel complicated by this unexpected development. Originally, Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul thought they would be the ones helping Sherfong progress on the upper level, but now Sherfong was the one helping them instead. Shortly after Sherfang's group left, the upper level's starting temple went into chaos. The spectating players were especially noisy. None of them thought that a newcomer on the Sacred Glory list would be able to overwhelm the Star Dynasty, one of the 9 great pseudo-Apex Powers, in such a leisurely manner. If news of this situation spread, it would definitely shock all the players and powers in the Greater God's domain. "Are you just going to let them leave like this, Scarlet?" the Star Dynasty's Black Tiger asked as he looked at Scarlet Sorceress. "Our reputation is going to take a hit after this. If you're worried about your reputation, why don't you attack him?" Scarlet Sorceress said as she looked at Black Tiger in disdain. "I would if I could beat him," Black Tiger said before laughing in embarrassment. "If we weren't in the Golden Spire, I would definitely let him know what despair is." "You don't say." Scarlet Sorceress rolled her eyes at Black Tiger. Then she turned toward the direction that Sherfong disappeared to and sneered, saying, "But this matter won't end so easily. We might not be a match for him now, but we can simply wait for Sleeping Spark to finish challenging the Spire. If we work with him, we can easily kill Black Flame and his group." Black Tiger nodded in agreement. He was also confident in Sleeping Spark's strength. Sleeping Spark might also be one of the Star Dynasty's chosen ones, but he was much stronger and more talented than any other chosen ones. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they stood on completely different levels. This was evident based on their respective performances in the Golden Spire. None of the experts currently resting in the starting temple could reach the upper level's 10,000-meter mark. Yet, Sleeping Spark had done so. He had even started to challenge the 14,000-meter mark already. They also didn't have to worry about not being able to encounter Shifeng again. Unlike the lower level, players would not be automatically teleported out of the spire when killed by the upper level's magic puppets. Instead, they would be teleported back to the starting temple, scored by the system based on their performance, and given a few options for their rewards. 1. Hence, they would have one more opportunity to redeem themselves later on. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. After Scarlet Sorceress and Black Tiger waited in the starting temple for nearly a day, the ranking list available next to the temple's treasury finally got updated. Immediately, they noticed several new names appearing on the stone tablet, and Sleeping Spark, who originally occupied first place on the list, falling to third place. How is this possible? Black Tiger and Scarlet Sorceress nearly lost their minds when they saw the updated ranking list. The challenge tablet was something that had appeared after the Golden Spire's upper floor had transformed. The tablet recorded the names of the players who had successfully climbed to the 10,000-meter mark, and players on the tablet were ranked based on the final height they achieved. The tablet could record the names of up to 100 players, and it was updated daily. For the various pseudo-apex powers, chosen ones, and paragons present, the challenge tablet was the ranking list they wanted to enter the most. This was because it was far more credible than any ranking list published by the Seven Luminaries Alliance, as it placed more emphasis on players' talent and potential. The Seven Luminaries Alliance's ranking lists were created based on observation and judgment, so not everyone on these ranking lists had actually fought each other before. As for the Golden Spire's challenge tablet, while it also didn't rank players based on dual performances, everyone ranked on it was subjected to the same challenges and enemies. So, it allowed players to compare their talent and strength without biases or deviations. Before this, the challenge tablet only recorded one name, Sleeping Spark. Because of this, even the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's Dragon Soul had no choice but to admit that he was inferior to Sleeping Spark. But now, several new names appear on the challenge tablet, and most were very familiar to Scarlet Sorceress and Black Tiger. 7th, Seven Melody, current record, 10,647 meters. 6th, Aqua Rose, current record, 11,745 meters. 5th, Solitary Glow, current record, 14,582 meters. 4th, Dragon Soul, current record, 14,645 meters. 3rd, Sleeping Spark, current record, 16,458 meters. 2nd, Orbeth, current record, 18,428 meters. 1st, Black Flame, current record, 19,786 meters. TL notes, 1. Just a FY, the players resting in the starting temple were teleported back because Sleeping Spark reached the 10,000-meter mark. They weren't teleported back because they were killed, so they, particularly Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul, can still challenge the upper level. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3474. Chapter 548. Sword of Space. Chapter 3474. Chapter 548. Sword of Space. Chapter 548, Sword of Space. Sleeping Spark, God Overtaken. Black Flame and Orbeth? Who are these people? Am I hallucinating? This is Sleeping Spark we are talking about. Even the various Apex powers are looking to recruit him. Don't forget that the Star Dynasty has hastily confirmed Sleeping Spark's position as a future taboo to keep him from defecting. So, once he reaches Tier 6, he'll immediately get to manage a divine artifact. I know about Orbeth. She's Azure Fong's officially recognized saintess. She is considered the best talent Azure Fong has had in the past few centuries. I previously thought Azure Fong was exaggerating about this, but it seems that those claims aren't unfounded, seeing as she is 2 trials ahead of Sleeping Spark. With such a talent under its command, Azure Fong will most certainly prosper in the future. A height of 19,786 meters? Is Black Flame the successor of some Apex power? The players resting in the starting temple started an excited discussion among themselves when they saw the changes to the challenge tablet. To them, this development was even more shocking than Shi Feng's accomplishment of deterring the members of the Star Dynasty and Flaming Bee. It should be known that climbing a height of 19,786 meters on the upper level wasn't something that could be accomplished with a mana domain alone. According to their research on the Golden Spire, once players climbed to a height of 10,000 meters on the upper level, the opponents they had to face would change from ordinary magic puppets into advanced magic puppets. Even without the assistance of battle arrays, these advanced magic puppets would possess basic attributes nearing that of Tier 6 divine monsters of the same level. They could also exhibit the power of an advanced silver combat technique with their every move. If these advanced magic puppets were under the effects of a large battle array, they would not only have the basic attributes of a divine monster, but they could also exhibit power nearing the standard of gold combat techniques with their every move. With such parameters, these advanced magic puppets would not fear any mana domain. At most, they would lose some of their mobility. Even a bona fide Tier 6 player would be instantly reduced to ashes if they tried to fight against 27 of such frightening advanced magic puppets. Meanwhile, at the upper level's 19,800 meter mark, boom, boom, boom. At this time, a figure could be seen moving back and forth, left and right, while continuously dodging and blocking hundreds of wind blades. These wind blades covered the entire staircase section, and every one of them possessed enough power to send even Tier 6 MTs flying off their feet. The figure going up the wind blades was massive, standing at a height of 20 meters. White, holy patterns also covered this figure's body, and his every action carried the power to destroy worlds. So, none of the terrifying wind blades could leave a scratch on him. Meanwhile, this giant of a person was none other than Shi Feng, with Holy Mana's shadow active. Currently, though, Shi Feng wore a pale complexion as his mental state was quickly reaching its limit. Even full-powered attacks with Holy Mana's shadow active can barely damage it? Shi Feng couldn't help but frown as he looked at the slightly damaged barrier in the distance. The Golden Spire tested players based on their tiers. So, the magic barriers Tier 5 and Tier 6 players faced were completely different, with the former having to face significantly weaker ones. With his current strength, once he activated Holy Mana's shadow, he could exhibit power at the Tier 6 peak standard if he went all out. This was already the strongest attack he could accomplish as a Tier 5 player. Yet, even after dishing out dozens of attacks of this caliber, he had only managed to leave some cracks on the barrier separating him from the 20,000 meter mark. Moreover, these scratches would rapidly heal over time. If he stopped attacking, the barrier would return to its original state in just 3 seconds. After trying up to this point, Shi Feng couldn't help but wonder exactly how powerful the Tier 6 players who had climbed to the upper level's 20,000 meter mark in his previous life had to be to accomplish what they did. It should be known that he was a great Grandmaster Magician. Unlike other players, he could target all of his attacks on the magic barrier's weakest areas, which allowed him to achieve drastically better results at a much lower cost. However, Shifeng didn't have much time to ponder, as the 27 magic puppets had no intentions of letting him catch his breath. After completing one round of attacks, they promptly brandished their claws at him again in a frenzy, filling the space above the staircase with space-shredding wind blades. Sure enough, I can only pass this trial with attacks that have broken the limits of my tier. Immediately, Shifeng executed flowing space and evaded all of the magic puppet's attacks. He no longer tried to block or deflect the oncoming wind blades, choosing to gradually focus his mind. After the previous series of attacks, Shifeng had already verified that those who passed the 20,000-meter mark in his previous life must be individuals with primordial god legacies. If he wanted to complete the advanced abyssal trial in his current state, his only option to succeed would be to rely on the goddess of space's mana technique, Dark Moon. Otherwise, he would have to halt his progression before the 20,000-meter mark. However, Shifeng honestly didn't wish to try using Dark Moon. Dark Moon was unlike any saint-ranked mana technique. It involved the manipulation of various magic elements on a massive scale. Even if he had already mastered manipulating the various magic elements, it would still be a tall order to execute the mana technique at Tier 5. He would need to reach Tier 6, at the very least, to use it normally. Should he try to use Dark Moon at Tier 5, he would have to focus all of his mental capacity on the task, rendering him unable to do anything else. In other words, it would be a do-or-die situation. Originally, he had only considered researching the mana technique after getting promoted to Tier 6, but now he had no choice but to give it a try. Good. Now's the time. After reviewing the Sword of Space multiple times in his mind, Shifeng activated Fluctuating Law, his last resort, to create a world barrier around himself that could block all attacks. Then he began using all of his mental capacity to construct a blade using the element of space. However, while Fluctuating Law might have a theoretical duration of 30 seconds, it was currently only a Tier 5 skill, whereas its opponents were 27 magic puppets that rivaled Tier 6 divine monsters. After blocking just one round of attacks from the magic puppets, numerous cracks appeared on the world barrier, and before the barrier could even repair itself, more attacks bombarded it again. After 3 short seconds, the world barrier started breaking into large pieces. At this point, the barrier's self-recovery ability had become nothing but a joke, and there was no way the barrier could last through its full duration. Fortunately, Shifeng finished structuring the space elements, as shown in the Goddess of Space's legacy, in these 3 seconds. Then, the surrounding volatile mana began converging on the blade he constructed, the size of the affected area rapidly growing over time. In the blink of an eye, the affected area had expanded from its initial radius of 100 yards to a radius of 1,000 yards. Even then, it showed no signs of stopping. Faster! Faster! When Shifeng saw the barrier protecting him falling into a tattered state, a sense of urgency filled his heart. At this point, he no longer had any spare energy to do anything else. All of his energy was focused on maintaining the Sword of Space's mana structure. If he tried to do anything else, the mana structure would crumble, the Sword of Space's formation would fail, and all his efforts thus far would be in vain. So, he could only pray that Fluctuating Law could hold on for a few more moments. 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second, 3/10 of a second. What should have been a brief moment felt like an eternity in Shifeng's mind. Several wind blades pierced through the world barrier the next moment, flying straight for Shifeng's heart. But just as the wind blades were about to hit him, Shifeng suddenly felt a tremor in space as the blade in his hands suddenly exerted a mighty suction force on the surrounding area, causing the space in a 10,000-yard radius to contract. Then, the blade in his hands transformed into a black. Without hesitation, Shifeng executed a slash at the oncoming wind blades. Primordial, god-ranked mana technique, Sword of Space. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3475. Chapter 549, Super S Rank Evaluation. Chapter 3475. Chapter 549, Super S Rank Evaluation. Chapter 549. Super S Rank Evaluation at the upper level's 16,800 meter mark. 21 advanced magic puppets that rivaled level 158. Tier 6 divine monsters in strength were currently attacking a level 158. Tier 5 Grand Wizard. The Grand Wizard was a young man wearing a dark gray robe, and he had dark blue divine patterns marking his eyes, giving him a profound appearance. The Grand Wizard would simultaneously cast 4 Tier 5 spells of 4 different elements time, and again in retaliation against the advanced magic puppets' attacks. Though unlike the average Grand Wizard, the young man could cast his Tier 5 spells without uttering a single chant. The 4 Tier 5 spells the young man chose to cast were of the wind, fire, water, and earth elements. After casting these spells, the young man would merge them into one, drastically increasing their raw power and enabling it to send multiple advanced magic puppets flying over dozens of yards at a time. And while this wasn't enough to stop all of the advanced magic puppets from attacking him, it was enough to break the battle array that strengthened them. After sending another group of advanced magic puppets flying, the young man looked at the distant sky with a solemn gaze. How can such volatile mana be drained completely? The young man frowned in confusion as he recalled the 2 people who had overtaken him some time ago. Is there really such a large gap between me and them? The mana present on the Golden Spire's upper level was much more violent than on the lower level. Even with his standards, the young man could only ensure that the volatile mana did not negatively affect him. He couldn't even make this highly volatile mana into his own, let alone drain a 10,000-yard radius dry of this volatile mana. As the most talented chosen one to have appeared in the Star Dynasty in the past 100 years, Sleeping Spark always believed that nobody could surpass him. Even the successors of the various Apex Powers taboos were of little significance in his eyes. In fact, Sleeping Spark had even planned to challenge the various Apex Powers taboos as soon as he advanced to Tier 6 and got his hands on a divine artifact. He was just that confident in his strength and talent. Yet now, 2 people had surpassed his progress in the Golden Spire. Moreover, both individuals were roughly the same age as he was, with the Blood Elf swordsman being even younger than him. No, I cannot lose to them. Even if they are faster, I will be the one to have the last laugh. Sleeping Spark thought determinately as he looked at the distant staircase. It was indeed outside of Sleeping Spark's expectations for Shurfong and Orbeth to overtake him. However, it was also a fact that he had yet to go all out. Due to his status as the Star Dynasty's most talented chosen one, he was granted the use of the Eye of Divine Punishment, a top-tier legendary staff. If he activated the Berserk skill that came with the staff, he could become a Tier 6 player for a short period. In that state, he could even put up a fight against a Tier 6 dragon, let alone the magic puppets, which were only comparable to the average Tier 6 divine monster. But just as Sleeping Spark was preparing to advance, a loud explosion suddenly reverberated throughout the upper level. Subsequently, Sleeping Spark saw the staircase in the distance above him shattering. Then, dense and oppressive mana began falling like raindrops, staining the world around him with darkness. How is this possible? Sleeping Spark became dumbfounded as he gazed at the falling rain of darkness. A god! This is a Tier 6 god's mana. Could they be fighting against a Tier 6 god up there? Tier 6 gods. They were the apex existences of the greater god's domain. It was especially so when it came to mana. The mana of Tier 6 gods had reached a density so extraordinary that it was basically uniquely available only to them. Even if it was Sleeping Spark, he could only hope to put up a fight against a Tier 6 god after he himself had gotten promoted to Tier 6. If he tried to fight a Tier 6 god when he was at Tier 5, even with the help of the Eye of Divine Punishment, he would only be met with certain death. Before Sleeping Spark could recover from his shock, a series of system announcements sounded in his ears. Regional System Announcement. Congratulations to Black Flame for conquering the 20,000-meter mark of the Golden Spire's upper level and becoming the Golden Spire's first qualified candidate. All advanced magic puppets on the upper level will be upgraded into special magic puppets. All other players challenging the upper level will be automatically teleported back to the upper level's starting temple in 5 seconds. Regional System Announcement. All players teleported back to the upper level's starting temple may choose to settle their challenge rewards or begin a new challenge. The system announcements repeated 3 times, leaving all players climbing the Golden Spire in a stupefied state. Black Flame? Isn't he the guy who killed the Star Dynasty's demon Axe War God? I heard that the Star Dynasty has already put a bounty on him. Yet, even with a bounty on his head, he still managed to climb to the upper level's 20,000-meter mark. Isn't he a little too strong? Calling him strong is an understatement. Last I heard, the Star Dynasty Sleeping Spark only reached the 10,000-meter mark after climbing the upper level for around 2 days. In comparison, even though Black Flame had such a late start, he still became the first to reach the 20,000-meter mark. I doubt even the various Apex powers, chosen ones, can match his talent and strength. But isn't he only ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list? When the players stuck on the lower level heard the system announcements, they reacted with shock and excitement. Previously, when Feng had slain the Demon Axe War God outside the Golden Spire, everyone thought that Feng was crazy and ignorant. After all, he was blatantly provoking a pseudo-apex power while having no significant background. He had no idea how powerful the various pseudo-apex powers, chosen ones, were. But after seeing Feng surpass the various pseudo-apex powers, chosen ones, everyone quickly came to a realization. A monster would soon emerge in the Eternal Realm. Moreover, this would be a monster that would shake the entire Greater God's domain in the future. It had been a very long time since such a thing had happened, and they were fortunate enough to witness the beginning of this legend. Compared to the players on the lower level, Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul found Feng's accomplishment even more shocking. They had personally experienced the difficulty of the upper level's 10,000-meter mark. That was no longer a challenge that could be overcome with the help of a mana domain. Meanwhile, it went without saying that the trial to reach the 20,000-meter mark would only be vastly more difficult. Not to mention, apart from completing the 20,000-meter mark's trial, Feng had also overtaken the almighty Sleeping Spark. It should be known that the Star Dynasty had already recognized Sleeping Spark as one of the guild's taboos. So long as he got promoted to Tier 6 and got his hands on a divine artifact, he could immediately stand shoulder to shoulder with the other taboos of the guild. Hence, compared to reaching the 20,000-meter mark, Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul found it even more astonishing that Feng overtook Sleeping Spark. However, compared to those 2 impressive feats, what unnerved Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul even more was the Tier 6 God's mana they felt raining down from the sky a moment ago. And the reason for their shock was because of the fluctuations the mana gave off. That was Feng's mana. They had accompanied Feng up the upper level staircase for some time, so they would never mistake it. But what kind of monster did Feng have to be to develop his mana to match the standard of Tier 6 gods? Regardless, the fact that such a monster was Seven Melody's friend left Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul with no choice but to reassess the young Miss's position in her family. Meanwhile, out of everyone in the Golden Spire, the person most surprised by Feng's achievement would have to be Aqua Rose. This was because nobody knew Feng's origins better than she did. As someone who came from the same god's domain, she knew their homeworld's lack of resources. It would be a miracle if their homeworld could even produce a talent rivaling chosen ones such as Solitary Glow. After today, Feng, as an individual, would most likely have the qualifications to speak to a pseudo-apex powers guild leader as an equal. While everyone else on the upper level was teleported back to the starting area, Feng stepped onto the 20,000-meter mark with a pale complexion. The instant he stepped onto the 20,000-meter mark, system notifications sounded in his ears one after another. System, congratulations. You have become the Golden Spire's first qualified candidate. Rewarding levels +5 and Eternal Realm reputation +50. System, congratulations. You have completed the Advanced Abyssal Trial with a Super S rank evaluation. You may choose to receive an Abyssal Treasure or an Abyssal Guidance. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3476, Chapter 550, Unsealing the Shadow Incinerator. Chapter 3476, Chapter 550, Unsealing the Shadow Incinerator. Chapter 550, Unsealing the Shadow Incinerator. What astonishing rewards! Shi Feng's fatigue instantly disappeared when he saw the reward options. Anything capable of being regarded as an abyssal treasure in God's domain would be a treasure once used by the primordial abyssal god. In other words, it would be a primordial god treasure, and it would be at the fragmented divine artifact rank at the very least. It was an item that could tempt even the various apex powers. The abyssal guidance was likewise extraordinarily valuable. In God's domain, countless Tier 6 players would do anything to get a Tier 6 God's Guidance to further improve themselves. While a Tier 6 God's Guidance wasn't as detailed as a God's Legacy, the guidance would be specifically targeted toward improving one aspect of the player receiving it. Hence, players would benefit much more from a God's Guidance than a God's Legacy. On the open market, one opportunity to receive a God's Guidance was worth as much as 5 legendary weapons and equipment. As for a primordial God's Guidance, that was something akin to a legend in the greater God's domain. Nobody would be willing to trade it away, even for a fragmented divine artifact. After all, while fragmented divine artifacts were exceedingly rare, quite a few could still be found throughout the greater God's domain. In contrast, even information on primordial gods was nigh impossible to find in the greater God's domain, let alone a primordial God's Guidance. After recovering from his surprise, Shi Feng chose the Abyssal Guidance as his reward without hesitation. An abyssal treasure might be precious, but there were all sorts of abyssal treasures in existence. If he happened to obtain an abyssal treasure that he couldn't use, it would be a massive loss to him. The Abyssal Guidance, on the other hand, would give him a guaranteed opportunity to improve one aspect of himself. Shi Feng experienced an unimaginably massive concentration expenditure when using the Sword of Space. The expenditure was so great that he nearly lost consciousness as soon as he finished using the mana technique. But this also allowed Shi Feng to understand the might of the goddess of space's dark moon mana technique. Even if he had used only one part of the mana technique, it still allowed him to exhibit power rivaling Tier 6 gods as a Tier 5 player. If he could reduce the Sword of Space's concentration expenditure, making it more practical to use at Tier 5, he would have a fighting chance even if he came across the various pseudo-apex powers Tier 6 experts in the future. Currently, the average level of the Eternal Realm's frontline experts was 158, with a few having already reached level 159. At this point, it wouldn't be long before the various pseudo-apex powers and upper-ranking hegemonic powers experts completed the final sprint and reached level 160. By then, these powers would quickly gain a batch of Tier 6 players to command in the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, although Shi Feng had also reached level 159 due to the Golden Spire's reward, he couldn't advance to Tier 6 as soon as he reached level 160. This was because he needed to construct a legendary divine body before he could get promoted to Tier 6, which was by no means an easy task to accomplish. At that time, he would have to face a bunch of Tier 6 players while being stuck at Tier 5. If he could receive the primordial abyssal God's Guidance and improve his mastery over Dark Moon, it would greatly help in the development of his personal strength and the construction of his future divine body. This, in turn, would increase his survivability and reduce the time he needed to construct a legendary divine body. You have made a wise decision. young heaven-blessed. As soon as Shifeng decided, an illusory figure several hundred meters tall appeared on the staircase before him and spoke in a voice of commendation. At the same time, Shifeng could feel a terrifying divine might descending upon him, instantly rendering him immobile. Well, which aspect do you wish to receive my guidance on? You have used the last strand of power I have left in this spire, so this will be the last time I will appear here. Looking at Shifeng with a hint of surprise in his eyes, the illusory figure pointed at one of the swords hanging by Shifeng's waist and asked, "Do you want to receive my guidance on that goddess's legacy? Or do you want help with that sword that shouldn't exist?" Sword that shouldn't exist? Shifeng couldn't help but turn to look at the shadow incinerator. Then, pointing at the shadow incinerator, he asked, "Almighty being, do you mean you can help me unseal this sword?" Generally, guidance involved the guide, providing pointers to players in technical aspects. Meanwhile, the shadow incinerator was a weapon, so guidance shouldn't have anything to do with it normally. But if the primordial abyssal god could indeed help him unseal the shadow incinerator, he would naturally be more than happy to go with that option. It should be known that Aoife, the Crimson Wing, had slain 8 ancient gods with the shadow incinerator in his previous life. After that accomplishment, the shadow incinerator was even ranked 5th on the 7 Luminaries Alliance's divine weapon list. Not to mention, the shadow incinerator currently in his possession wasn't just a divine artifact, but a godly relic instead. "Unseal it for you?" The primordial abyssal god shook his head and laughed. "You have a wonderful imagination. Unfortunately, only you, the wielder, can undo the seals on this sword. Nobody else can do it for you. I can only teach you the way to unseal it. As for what extent you can unseal it to, it all depends on your abilities. Teach me how to unseal it?" Shifeng couldn't help but feel a bit of disdain toward the primordial abyssal god. He already knew how to unseal the shadow incinerator. Why would he need anybody to guide him in doing so? Your current concentration has reached the Tier 6 intermediate standard, so you are already qualified to undo the first seal. Failing to notice the disdain in Shifeng's heart, the primordial abyssal god continued speaking. "Of course, if you wish to rely only on yourself, you will most likely have to wait until your concentration reaches the Tier 6 advanced standard, or possibly even the Tier 6 peak standard. I can undo the first seal right away." Shifeng was shocked. It was as the primordial abyssal god had said. According to his estimates, he would have to develop his concentration to the Tier 6 advanced standard before he could break the mental nodes in the shadow incinerator. Before then, he could do nothing about them. However, developing his concentration any further than he already had would be difficult to accomplish. After all, a strong body was required to nurture a strong mind. Achieving a Tier 6 advanced concentration simply wasn't feasible with a Tier 5 body. "All right, make your choice. That goddess's legacy or this sword," the primordial abyssal god said, not giving Shifeng any further answers. Meanwhile, Shifeng fell into contemplation for a moment as he looked at the shadow incinerator. Whether it was improving his mastery over Dark Moon or unsealing the shadow incinerator, both could significantly improve his strength. It was especially so for the mana technique developed by the goddess of space. After all, mastering Dark Moon meant mastering a goddess law. Such mastery would undoubtedly be of great help to him in creating his legendary divine body. Eventually, Shifeng gritted his teeth and said, "I choose the unsealing method of the shadow incinerator." As a swordsman, the temptation of having a good sword was simply irresistible to him. "Good. As you wish." The primordial abyssal god nodded and gently placed a finger on Shifeng's head. Immediately, Shifeng felt streams of information flooding his brain. These pieces of information were not very complicated. They simply described a special way of utilizing his mind. The technique was named mental condensation, and it allowed the user to increase their mind's tenacity. What an incredible mental application method! After Shifeng was done analyzing the mental condensation technique, He had completely forgotten about the goddess of space's legacy. In God's domain, players could only raise their mind's tenacity by elevating their life rating or relying on incredibly rare tools. Before today, Feng had never even heard of a mental application method that could increase the tenacity of a player's mind. However, the primordial abyssal god's mental application method had accomplished it. Moreover, this method was very easy to learn, easier than even a silver combat technique. So long as he mastered it, he could even pass it on to others. Its value was easily comparable to that of Dark Moon. That's it for the guidance. How far you can progress in the future is up to you now. When the primordial abyssal god saw the dazed look on Feng, he left behind a few words before vanishing completely. Meanwhile, after sitting silently for a while, Feng quickly learned mental condensation and took out the shadow incinerator. Then he began destroying the mental nodes inside. 1 node, 3 nodes, 9 nodes. After breaking 26 mental nodes, Feng successfully undid the first seal on the shadow incinerator. Immediately, an invisible pressure rivaling the divine might of Tier 6 gods spread across a radius of several thousand yards. The pressure was so overwhelming that even Feng, the shadow incinerator's wielder, felt a little oppressed mentally. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3477. Chapter 551. Tier 6 God? Chapter 3477. Chapter 551. Tier 6 God? Chapter 551. Tier 6 God? Incredible. Feng couldn't help but be flabbergasted after looking at the weapon vaguely enveloped by black flames in his hand. Shadow Incinerator, Dark Soul. One-handed sword, sealed godly relic. Equipment requirement: soul-bound attack power for 190% of strength, attack speed, 3% of strength and agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks ignore 100% of all defensive effects. Attacks have a 30% chance of triggering the Soul Devour effect. Attacks have a 40% chance of being elevated by 1 rank and dealing 500% damage. Attacks cause an additional 100% damage to all creatures below Tier 6. Ignore levels plus 60. All attributes increased by 170%. Physique increased by 100%. Reaction speed increased by 60%. Effects of all attacks increased by 2 ranks up to Tier 6 peak. The strength of mana increased by 1 rank. Concentration increased by 1 rank. Additional passive skill, Incinerator's Body, weakens all damage received by 60% and increases world perception by 1 rank. Additional active skill 1, Incinerator's Phantasm. Sacrifice 10 levels to summon the phantasm of a player. The phantasm can only be 2 tiers higher than the Shadow Incinerator's wielder, up to Tier 6. Duration: 5 minutes cooldown. 5 natural days additional active skill 2, the end. With death as the price, incite all of the Shadow Incinerator's power to deal a devastating blow to a 10,000-yard radius. The stronger the soul sacrificed, the stronger the attack will be up to Tier 6 peak. Additional active skill 3, Scorching Flame. Sacrifice 1 level to attach the Flames of Shadow to the Shadow Incinerator. The Flames of Shadow can damage and destroy all weapons and equipment below the legendary rank. Duration: 3 minutes cooldown. 1 natural day the myriad ancient gods have placed 4 seals on the Shadow Incinerator. One of the seals has been lifted thus far. Wielding the Shadow Incinerator will cause continuous mental scorching. Deaths while wielding the Shadow Incinerator will result in a loss of 100 points in all attributes. The Shadow Incinerator was already on par with top-tier legendary weapons in basic attributes, while it surpassed top-tier legendary weapons in attack power. Even the Solomon's sword he wielded in his previous life was inferior to it. With the current Shadow Incinerator, I can fight Tier 6 experts without having to use Holy Mana's Shadow. While wielding the Shadow Incinerator, Feng felt as if he was no different than an actual Tier 6 player. Now he was only missing Tier 6 skills and spells. If he were to fight against Nightmare Chaser again, unless the other party had grown stronger, he was confident he could achieve victory in 17 moves or less. Now that I've achieved my goals here, it's time I head back. After glancing at the staircase leading to the top of the Golden Spire, Feng opened the system interface and chose to give up on his challenge. Immediately, his body transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the staircase's 20,000-meter mark section. After reaching the upper level's 20,000-meter mark, players would only receive additional rewards if they could reach the 30,000-meter mark. If they couldn't do that, they would simply be investing their time and energy into honing their skills. However, as far as Feng could recall, nobody in his previous life had ever climbed to the upper level's 30,000-meter mark. Not even the blood-soaked Rakshasa managed to do it. Currently, Feng was only at Tier 5. Although he had undone one of the Shadow Incinerator seals, he had yet to master Dark Moon. He was still nowhere near comparable to the blood-soaked Rakshasa in his previous life. So, he would simply be biting off more than he could chew by trying to challenge the upper level's 30,000-meter mark now. Rather than waste his time and energy on a fruitless endeavor, he would be better off returning now and choosing his reward from the starting temple. Golden Spire, upper level shrine. A brilliant light descended upon the starting temple. Immediately, the 100 or so experts gathered in the temple promptly turned to where the light had fallen. When the light faded, a cloaked man carrying 2 long swords by his waist appeared in everyone's sight. Look, he's back. He's back already? Are the trials beyond the 20,000-meter mark so difficult? The trials undergo a qualitative transformation every 10,000 meters, so it's not strange to see him fail. Not to mention, that's the 20,000-meter mark we're talking about. Even someone as strong as Dragon Soul only managed to climb to the 14,000-meter mark. I guess that's true, but I wonder what the Star Dynasty will do. Now that Sleeping Spark is back, after including Flaming Bee's Scarlet Sorceress, they will have 4 chosen ones on their side. The 4 of them could probably kill a divine monster if they work together. Black Flame also looks to have exhausted himself. If the 4 of them attack together, Black Flame will most likely meet an untimely end. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget that Black Flame has Azure Fang's Saintess behind him. She's second on the challenge tablet. If the 2 of them work together, it'll be hard to say which side will win. Many players in the temple began to whisper among themselves when they saw Feng returning. Some also expressed their excitement and anticipation as they watched Feng making his way to the temple's exchange room. While many experts would often clash with each other in God's domain, fights would rarely occur between experts who had reached the 5th floor standard. As for fights between chosen ones, they were even rarer than fights between players and Tier 6 gods. If tickets were sold for a fight between chosen ones, they would definitely sell like hotcakes throughout the entire Greater Gods domain. Also, aside from getting to watch a fight between chosen ones, everyone also looked forward to seeing how strong Feng was. After all, he was someone who had surpassed Sleeping Spark at climbing the Golden Spire. The Golden Spire did not prohibit players from fighting each other. The only reason nobody had started a fight on the upper level thus far was simply that they wished to avoid starting a war between the various pseudo-apex powers. However, it was a different story for Feng, someone who lacked the backing of a pseudo-apex power. Nothing stopped the Star Dynasty's Chosen Ones and Flaming Bee's Scarlet Sorceress from taking action against him. Subsequently, just as Feng was making his way toward the exchange room, 4 individuals emerged from the room. These 4 individuals were none other than Scarlet Sorceress and the Star Dynasty's 3 Chosen Ones. The 4 of them had just finished selecting their rewards, and only 100 yards separated them from Feng. Seeing this, the surrounding spectators immediately focused their attention. 4 Tier 5 experts, A distance of 100 yards could be crossed with no more than a step. Will they make a move? Everyone widened their eyes and held their breaths, afraid they would miss the instant the fight broke out. 90 yards, 50 yards, 30 yards. When less than 30 yards separated both sides, the Star Dynasty's Black Tiger and Candlebearer, as well as Flaming Bee's Scarlet Sorceress, took out their weapons one after another. They planned to use this opportunity to teach Shifeng a lesson. Previously, the three of them dared not take action. However, now that they had Sleeping Spark on their side, they were brimming with confidence. "Hey, you three, stop messing around." Sleeping Spark was startled when he saw the three people beside him preparing for a fight. Hurriedly, he warned them he might be a Tier 6 god. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3478. Chapter 552. They are very bold. Chapter 3478. Chapter 552. They are very bold. Chapter 552. They are very bold. Tier 6 god? Scarlet Sorceress nearly dropped her staff when she heard Sleeping Spark's warning, and she couldn't help but look at the other party in disbelief, wondering if he was joking with her. It should be known that Sleeping Spark was the one who had declared he would kill Shifeng, and she had simply decided to go along with it. Yet, now that Shifeng was in front of them, and they had their weapons at the ready, Sleeping Spark was telling them that Shifeng might be a Tier 6 god. That Shifeng might be one of God's domain's apex existences? Please tell me you're kidding, Spark. Black Tiger whispered to Sleeping Spark as his gaze stayed on Shifeng's approaching figure, an additional hint of wariness appearing in his eyes. Now isn't the time for jokes. It should be known that the various pseudo-apex powers experts were all watching them. Now that they had drawn their weapons, their intentions couldn't be any clearer, so there was no going back for them. "I'm not joking." When Sleeping Spark saw the looks of doubt he was given, he wryly smiled and said, "Even if he isn't at the standard of Tier 6 gods, he should be close to it." In reality, Sleeping Spark doubted that Shifeng had already reached the standard of Tier 6 gods. After all, that was the standard of the greater gods' domain's apex combatants. However, after returning to the starting temple, Sleeping Spark had coincidentally overheard Orbeth, Azure Fong Saintess, speaking about the monsters and magic barriers she faced at the 18,000-meter mark. Hence, he was now 100% certain that the shocking scene he had seen taking place on the staircase and the Tier 6 god's mana that subsequently rained down on him was Shifeng's doing. Not to mention, Shifeng ascended to the 20,000-meter mark as soon as those phenomena occurred. An existence nearing Tier 6 gods. After hearing Sleeping Spark's words, Black Tiger took another look at Shifeng and immediately got goosebumps when he saw Shifeng's calm composure. Even though Shifeng was clearly suffering from concentration exhaustion, he could still behave so calmly in front of the four of them. Besides Shifeng having strength nearing Tier 6 gods, Black Tiger couldn't think of any other explanations for Shifeng's behavior. Moreover, Sleeping Spark had no reason to deceive them. "Damn it, you bastards tricked me." Scarlet Sorceress switched her gaze between her staff and Shifeng's slowly approaching figure. She had no idea how she should get out of this awkward situation and safely leave this place. While she might be a chosen one of Flaming Bee, due to the limitations of her tier and her lack of a divine artifact, she didn't even have the strength to resist a Tier 6 god, let alone fight one. If she tried to fight a Tier 6 god now, she would suffer a miserable defeat and be at huge risk of having her soul annihilated. Should that happen, she would forever lose the qualifications to enter God's domain. In the greater world, where God's domain meant everything, her life would be as good as over if she lost access to God's domain. I suddenly remembered I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be logging off first. Good luck, you guys. Black Tiger suddenly slapped his forehead and chose to log off with a smile. Black Tiger, you, Scarlet Sorceress gnashed her teeth when she saw Black Tiger going offline. But immediately afterward, she, too, chose to go offline forcibly. As for Candlelight Bearer, after seeing Black Tiger and Scarlet Sorceress logging out of the game, he also decisively logged out, his body collapsing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 chosen ones standing before Sherfong were lying on the ground, the sight shocking everyone present. What's going on? Sherfong was also puzzled to see Black Tiger, Scarlet Sorceress, and Candlelight Bearer forcibly logging out of the game. After all, he hadn't even done anything yet. It should be known that forcibly logging out of the game came with consequences. If fortunate, players would only lose a handful of levels from doing so. But if unfortunate, they could be prohibited from logging into the game for up to half a month. Now that the Eternal Realm was still in its early exploration stage, losing half a month of progress would be no different than losing a limb. Sorry, they suddenly disconnected, Sleeping Spark awkwardly explained as he used mana to pick up the 3 motionless bodies around him. I'm afraid you'll have to wait until next time for your duel with them. After saying so, Sleeping Spark promptly stepped away from the exchange room's entrance with the 3 offline players' bodies. Only nobody present believed a single word Sleeping Spark said. The 2 sides are just about to start fighting, yet 3 people on one side suddenly disconnected? There was definitely something strange about this situation. Those 3 sure know how to flee quickly. Seven Melody, who had just exited the exchange room, couldn't help but smile when she saw Sleeping Spark leaving with the 3 bodies. Had they been a step slower, they would probably have to bid farewell to God's domain forever. They made the right choice, Dragon Soul, the 6-meter-tall giant standing next to Seven Melody, said. If it were me, I would have probably hesitated for a while. Standing next to Dragon Soul, Solitary Glow silently nodded in agreement with him. An existence nearing Tier 6 gods was not something Tier 5 players like themselves could face. So, Black Tiger, Scarlet Sorceress, and Candlebearer had made the right decision to log out of the game decisively. Of course, if Solitary Glow were to stand in their shoes, she would have probably hesitated to forcibly log out of the game, even if she knew the consequences of fighting a Tier 6 god. After all, there was only a possibility that Tier 5 chosen ones like herself would face a permanent death from going up against a Tier 6 god, whereas forcibly going offline would guarantee her a major setback in the Eternal Realm. Did all of you finish choosing already? Sherfong asked, feeling a little surprised when he saw Seven Melody and the others exiting the exchange room so soon. I heard that there are more than 10,000 treasures in there. Even if you glance through them, it should still take some time. It had been, at most, 20 minutes since he reached the upper level's 20,000-meter mark. So, Seven Melody and the others couldn't have spent more than 20 minutes in the exchange room. Such a short time definitely was enough to look through all of the items in the exchange room. The Golden Spire held many treasures left behind by various gods. Aside from weapons and equipment, the Golden Spire's treasury also held various legacies, tools, and designs. Every one of these items could tempt the hearts of players in the outside world. Although every player was only allowed to select one item for their reward, the higher players managed to ascend in the Golden Spire, the more items that would be made available for them to choose from. MHM. We're done choosing, Seven Melody said, nodding. Actually, we've already decided what we would pick before coming to the Golden Spire. So, we quickly chose the treasures we came for after browsing for a bit. Dragon Soul and Solitary Glow nodded in agreement. Although they didn't spend much time in the exchange room, they were all very satisfied with their harvests. Meanwhile, after Seven Melody finished speaking, Aqua Rose, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly took a deep breath and walked up to Sherfong with a serious look. Guild Leader Black Flame, this might sound rude of me, but I hope you can do me a favor, Aqua Rose said as she retrieved a golden book from her bag. This is the gold ancient tome I exchanged from the exchange room. It can be used to search for clues about any item in existence. I believe it will be of some help to you. Sherfong looked at the gold ancient tome in silence for a moment. Then he looked at Aqua Rose and admitted, "This thing is indeed useful to me, but may I know what it is you need my help with, Miss Aqua?" The main reason he visited the Golden Spire this time was to obtain a gold ancient tome. However, the Golden Spire only had a very limited number of gold ancient tomes. There were probably only a couple of dozen in total. During his previous life, all of them were exchanged shortly after the Golden Spire opened. Currently, even if he entered the exchange room, he couldn't guarantee that there would be any gold ancient tomes remaining. After all, gold ancient tomes were incredibly useful. So long as players knew the name of a fragmented divine artifact, they could immediately get their hands on clues pertaining to it with the help of a gold ancient tome. Hence, unless they had a specific item in mind, the various pseudo-Apex Powers experts would typically choose a gold ancient tome for their reward. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3479. Chapter 553, Myriad Hands. Chapter 3479. Chapter 553. Myriad Hands. Chapter 553. Myriad Hands. That's good to hear. Aqua Rose breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Sherfeng's answer. Then, with an earnest look, she said, "What I need help with isn't anything complicated, Guild Leader Black Flame. You only need to conduct a little investigation to know that I am currently targeted by Demon's Gate and Apex Power. Now that the entrance to our homeworld has been partially opened, it will only take another month or so before it becomes fully open. To give our world's younger generation a head start, the Green God Corporation has selected 10,000 budding geniuses to bring over to the greater world ahead of time, and it will be conducting a talent fair in Silver Frost City, a second-tier city in the greater world, so that the greater world's various powers can absorb some of our world's young talents. My younger cousin was lucky enough to be selected by the Green God Corporation and become one of the 10,000 geniuses. However, Demon's Gate is pursuing me relentlessly. While I am safe for the time being since I am currently in the Eternal Realm in God's domain and living in a first-tier city in the greater world, I'm worried they will target my cousin. I hope you can head to the talent fair and recruit my cousin. I only request that you let her stay in Star Lake City for 3 or 4 months." Originally, Aqua Rose had not planned to ask Sherfong for help. After all, the existence targeting her was Demon's Gate. Whether in the greater God's domain or the greater world, Demon's Gate was an apex power known by all. Just mentioning this name could send shivers down the spines of countless upper-ranking, hegemonic powers. Demon's Gate was notorious for being vicious and ruthless in the greater God's domain. Its members would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, and it was especially so for its core members. Although other apex powers deeply resented Demon's Gate, nobody could do anything about Demon's Gate, for it was too strong. It could even fight against 2 or 3 apex powers simultaneously at its peak. If she hadn't received the protection of one of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's taboos, deterring the Demon's Gate member from targeting her to a certain extent, she would have already perished in the greater God's domain. Hence, when it came to matters involving that Demon's Gate member, Aqua Rose couldn't even rely on her friends and family, even if she wanted to. But after seeing Sherfong single-handedly suppress the Chosen Ones and Paragons of 2 pseudo-apex powers and revealing strength nearing Tier 6 gods, Aqua Rose saw a ray of hope. Anyone with strength nearing Tier 6 gods would be considered an apex existence in the greater God's domain. Even that person from Demon's Gate would have to tread carefully around such an existence. It was especially so now that they were in the Eternal Realm, where numerous powers were competing. In the Eternal Realm, many powers would be more than willing to do anything to try to win the favor of such an existence. Even opposing an apex power like Demon's Gate wouldn't necessarily be out of the question. Demon's Gate? Sherfong frowned a little. He had experienced getting hunted by Demon's Gate countless times during his previous life, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Demon's Gate's existence was omnipresent. If not for Demon's Gate being too strong, he would have long led Zero Wing to annihilate the apex power. He didn't think Aqua Rose would have provoked his old enemy in this life. If you find my request too difficult to fulfill, you can also have someone else take my cousin into hiding for a month, Aqua Rose hurriedly said when she saw Sherfeng frowning. I'll try to hurry over as soon as possible. No, it's not a difficult request, Sherfeng said, shaking his head. Then he calmly continued, it's just Demon's Gate. It's nothing significant. In his previous life, Demon's Gate had failed to do anything about him after countless attempts. Now that he wielded the godly relic Shadow Incinerator and the goddess of space's Dark Moon legacy, the apex power would only be even helpless against him. Meanwhile, as soon as Sherfeng finished speaking, Dragon Soul and Solitary Glow couldn't help but be at a loss for words. Demon's Gate was one of the few apex powers in existence, and its influence spanned across the entire Greater Gods domain. The top 10 players on the Divine Glory list were the only individuals qualified to deem Demon's Gate insignificant. It should be known that every player ranked within the Divine Glory list top 10 was an existence that had long transcended humans. Every one of them could easily kill an ancient god, and some of them had even slain the taboos of apex powers before. Hence, the various apex powers greatly feared the Divine Glory list's top 10 experts. While Sherfeng might have strength nearing Tier 6 gods, and would most definitely become even stronger once he got promoted to Tier 6 in the future, it was still far-fetched to say that he could match the top 10 experts on the Divine Glory list. Does that mean you will accept my request, Guild Leader Black Flame? Aqua Rose asked eagerly. Personally, Aqua Rose wasn't confident that Sherfeng would agree to her request. After all, nobody would want to offend an apex power, much less one as notorious as Demon's Gate. Had she posed her request to any other Tier 6 expert in the Greater Gods domain, most, if not all of them, would have turned around and walked away as soon as they heard the mention of Demon's Gate. In some realms, Demon's Gate's name was even considered a taboo that must never be mentioned. In her opinion, it would already be a miracle if Sherfeng agreed to find a proxy to shelter her cousin for a month. While a month wasn't as much time as she would like, it was enough of a buffer for her to secure a slot in a first-tier city for her cousin with the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's help. As for keeping her cousin in their homeworld, that would be impossible. Her cousin had worked desperately to secure a slot to enter the greater world in advance. Even if she tried to persuade her cousin, the other party was unlikely to heed her advice. Not to mention, she was the cause of her cousin being targeted by Demon's Gate. I can, Sherfeng calmly said. I can also promise to enter your cousin into Zero Wing, and so long as Zero Wing continues to exist, no harm will come to her. However, I will need you to promise me one thing in exchange. What do you need me to promise you, Guild Leader Black Flame? Aqua Rose asked, her determined voice suggesting she would agree to any demands. When I need your help in the future, you must unconditionally help me once, Sherfeng said, chuckling. If you can promise me that, I will guarantee your cousin's safety. Although he had never heard of Aqua Rose having any cousins in his previous life, this was a good opportunity for him to get closer to her. No problem. Aqua Rose nodded and smiled. So long as it is something I can help you with. Sherfeng's condition couldn't even be considered a demand. It was practically a gift for her. After all, Sherfeng was someone who could closely rival Tier 6 gods as a Tier 5 player. He stood on a completely different level than she did. If there were something he needed her help with, it would be her fortune to help him. I will take your word for it, Sherfeng said. He could tell what was going through Aqua Rose's mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What is your cousin's name? My cousin goes by the name of Silk Radish in God's domain. She has only come into contact with God's domain for a short time, and she is still a university freshman. She isn't interested in grinding and adventuring, but she is greatly interested in God's domain's engineering system. She has been researching it since she entered God's domain. Aqua, Rose introduced. Silk Radish? Engineering? Feng was stunned by the incredibly familiar name from Aqua, Rose's mouth. Myriad Hands, Silk Radish. She was one of the only 6 pseudo-divine craftsmen in the greater God's domain in his previous life. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3480. Chapter 554, Treasure Exchange. Chapter 3480. Chapter 554. Treasure Exchange. Chapter 554. Treasure Exchange. While she is only a basic master engineer right now, she is very talented, and it shouldn't be difficult for her to become a grandmaster engineer in the future. Aqua Rose awkwardly added when she saw the stunned look on Feng's face. There were many lifestyle classes in God's domain, and they allowed players to achieve prosperity in God's domain, even if they weren't skilled in combat. However, in the greater God's domain, lifestyle players would only be considered to have reached an entry level after reaching the master standard. It was especially so for the engineer subclass. While the various combat tools they produced were useful to low-tier players, they were mostly inconsequential to high-tier players. Even the tools produced by a Grandmaster Engineer for Tier 5 and Tier 6 players would pale in effectiveness compared to a potion produced by a Grandmaster Alchemist. To make matters worse, engineers require a lot of resources to nurture. The cost of producing a Grandmaster Engineer was 2 or 3 times more than it would take to produce a Grandmaster of another subclass. Because of these reasons, the greater God's domain's various powers were reluctant to nurture engineers. It didn't matter even if the engineer player in question was very talented. Rest assured, Miss Aqua. I promise she will receive the best treatment in Zero Wing, Feng said, chuckling when he saw Aqua Rose's awkwardness. Moreover, I guarantee her future achievements will surpass your imagination. Silk Radish was known by all in his previous life. Her status in the greater God's domain was so exalted that even the various apex powers wished to recruit her. It was true that most engineers in the greater God's domain were of little use to high-tier players. After all, the strongest combat tools that most engineers could produce could only reach the Tier 5 standard. They would be of little threat to Tier 5 players, let alone Tier 6 players. However, Silk Radish wasn't your average engineer. She was an engineer who had climbed to the pseudo-divine craftsman rank in the greater God's domain, and the combat tools she produced could shock even primordial gods. Particularly, the legendary flying ships she produced could scare even ancient gods into fleeing. During Feng's previous life, some apex powers were willing to go to war with another apex power just to get a legendary flying ship from Silk Radish. Silk Radish's influence in the greater God's domain was well above the influence of other pseudo-divine craftsmen. That is good to hear, Aqua Rose casually responded, simply taking Feng's words as pleasantries. Then she handed the gold ancient tome and Silk Radish's contact information to Feng, saying, "Here is my cousin's information. I still can't get in touch with her outside, but I believe the Green God Corporation will be holding its talent fair in Silver Frost City in a few days. I will have to trouble you when the time comes." "Okay, leave it to me," Feng said, not bothering to say anything else as he accepted the gold ancient tome and Silk Radish's information. It was a fact that engineers did not have a favorable outlook in the current greater God's domain, so his behavior of praising Silk Radish indeed looked perfunctory. After all, who could have imagined that a little girl would become a pseudo-divine craftsman? And who could have imagined that the greater God's domain's various powers would start frantically nurturing engineers because of Silk Radish? Meanwhile, after Feng and Aqua Rose were done with their conversation, Seven Melody took the initiative to add Feng as a friend. She even invited him to move his base of operations to Royal Eternal City, the most prosperous city in the current Eternal Realm. Royal Eternal City was the only royal capital in the Eternal Realm. It wielded authority and unique functions that vastly surpassed other NPC cities. Many pseudo-apex powers and apex powers have gathered there, and those without the backing of these powers couldn't even establish a foothold in the city. However, Shifeng turned down Seven Melody's sincere invitation. In regards to this, Seven Melody could only leave the Golden Spire disappointed with Aqua Rose and the others. After Seven Melody left, Orbeth couldn't help but look at Shifeng in confusion. Are you really going to offend Demon's Gate just for a gold ancient tome? Orbeth asked out of curiosity. The people from Demon's Gate are a bunch of lunatics. No matter how hard that woman tries to hide her cousin's existence, Demon's Gate's people will eventually discover that little girl. Do you think it's worth it? For just a gold ancient tome? Definitely not, Shifeng said, chuckling. But if it's for that little girl, I think it's worth it. It seems you are also a lunatic, Orbeth said, sighing. But you have helped me a great deal this time. If you come across any trouble in the future, I can lend a hand once. After saying so, Orbeth disappeared from the temple, leaving Shifeng stunned. He never thought the blood-soaked Rakshasa would promise to help him once. This would have been an incredibly rare opportunity in his previous life. However, Shifeng didn't dwell on the matter for long before he stepped into the exchange room. Although he had already acquired a gold ancient tome, plenty of other attractive items were still available in the Golden Spire's treasury. Greetings, sir. Here is your exchange list, the mechanical puppet in the exchange room said as it handed Shifeng a list. According to the rules set by the gods, you may exchange for only one item from this list. Shifeng was familiar with the Golden Spire's exchange rules, so he started browsing the list immediately. Are these the available rewards for reaching the upper level's 20,000-meter mark? Shifeng couldn't help but be shocked by the items listed. The list not only contained the gold ancient tome he needed, but it also contained many treasures that were very hard to come by in the outside world. For example, there were a total of 23 gold combat technique tablets available on the list. Not even the various apex powers possessed this many golden laws. Aside from golden laws, Shifeng could also choose from as many as 8 fragmented divine artifacts, 14 god guidances, and 28 world sources as his reward. There were well over 1,000 items Shifeng had never heard of being available for exchange on the list, and every item could cause the greater gods' domain's players to lose their minds. Even Shifeng was not an exception. A goddess armament. Shifeng couldn't help but gasp when he saw a striking name on the list. Goddess armament, also known as Fate's Guidance. There were only 6 instances of this item in the greater god's domain, and every one of them had a chance of providing a female player with a full divine artifact set. Of course, the divine artifact sets left behind by goddesses were not so easy to obtain. While it was true that each goddess armament could become a complete divine artifact set, what the players could obtain, it was a different story. Every goddess armament would put players through 12 trials. If players could pass all 12 trials, they would obtain a personalized divine weapon and the goddess armament set, a 6-piece divine artifact set. However, if players failed to pass even one trial, they would forever lose the qualifications to re-challenge the trials. Due to the goddess armament's potential, any power that got its hands on a goddess armament would treat it as its most prized possession and keep it safely guarded in the hopes that someone in their guild could clear the 12 trials one day and become one of the strongest players in the greater god's domain. As far as Shifeng was aware, a total of 4 goddess armaments were found in his previous life. Of them, 3 were acquired by apex powers, while 1 was acquired by the pseudo-apex power Azure Fong. However, even after obtaining the goddess armaments for many years, nobody from these 4 powers managed to obtain the goddess armament set. This situation caused many people to think that the rumors surrounding the goddess armaments were false. Are you sure you wish to exchange for this item, sir? the mechanical puppet asked when it saw Shifeng's finger stopping on the goddess armament's name. You may not change your choice once you have confirmed your decision. You will also be unable to select any other treasures in your subsequent entries unless you reach the summit. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3481. Chapter 555, Drastic Changes. Chapter 3481. Chapter 555. Drastic Changes. Chapter 555. Drastic Changes, I'm sure. Shifeng answered without hesitation. Although nobody in his previous life had ever succeeded in acquiring a goddess armament set, so long as he had a goddess armament on hand, he could continuously have the guild's core female members challenge it. Even if the hope of someone completing all 12 trials was small, it was a much more reliable method to obtain a full divine artifact set than other alternatives. If someone in the guild successfully obtained the goddess armament set, it would instantly propel Zero Wing to the top of the greater god's domain. Very well. After the puppet confirmed Shifeng's decision, a parchment exuding a primordial presence appeared before Shifeng. This is the goddess armament you have exchanged. This item will drop on death, so please keep it safe. System. It is detected that you are not a female player. You are unable to start the goddess trial. Sure enough, only female players are qualified to challenge the trial. Regardless, this will add more to the guild's foundation. When Shifeng saw the system notification, he decided to mimic the 4 powers in his previous life and keep the goddess armor tucked away in the deepest part of Zero Wing's guild residence, never letting it see the light of day. Then he would take his time selecting trustworthy female guild members to challenge the goddess trial. While he didn't have high hopes for anyone completing the goddess trial, so long as someone succeeded, Zero Wing would flourish. After putting the goddess armament away, Shifeng called up his system interface and chose to exit the Golden Spire. Crystal City of Secrets, Secret Crystal Plaza, 6-man party recruiting a level 156, tier 5 tank or above. Must be fully equipped with fragmented legendary items at the very least. You will get 3 eternal gold coins for every common secret treasure that drops. 20-man team recruiting members to explore the underground Crystal Palace. Must have experience raiding the secret land. We have an employer already. Every team member will receive 2 eternal gold for every common secret treasure dropped. Level 158. Tier 5 cleric with 1 common secret treasure looking for a group. Only asking for 4 eternal gold per common secret treasure dropped. The city's central plaza had become something akin to a marketplace, as players could be seen shouting everywhere, and many were independent players seeking riches. The state of the plaza was completely different from when Shifeng first entered the city. Shortly after Shifeng, a level 159, tier 5 swordsman, appeared in the plaza. A beautiful woman quickly approached him. Hey, handsome guy, do you want to join my team? The woman, a level 155 elementalist, asked Shifeng in a gentle voice. My team is filled with beauties. If you join us, you will get to know many beautiful women and stand to make 3 eternal gold for every common secret treasure dropped. As soon as the elementalist finished speaking, a muscular man came over and interjected. Hey pal, don't be fooled by this chick. If you want to explore the underground Crystal Palace, join my team instead. I'll guarantee you a minimum payout of 4 eternal gold. The muscular man, level 157 Guardian Knight, said, If a combat secret treasure drops, I will give you 10 eternal gold. So what if you are offering 10 eternal gold? The elementalist looked at the Guardian Knight in disdain. My team leader is a member of the secret crystal trading firm. Our pay might be lower, but we have a proxy to buy secret treasures from the secret treasure market. So long as this handsome guy here collects enough money, we can guarantee he will get to buy the secret treasure he desires. Can your team offer him that? What's so great about that? I have a friend who's an advanced member of the secret crystal trading firm. So long as I give him the word, he can even buy a combat secret treasure for me. The Guardian Knight said, showing no weaknesses. I'm sure your team is just grinding for common secret treasures to sell and make money to buy suitable combat secret treasures from the trading firm's 8th floor, right? So what if we are? When the Elementalist heard the Guardian Knight's words, she looked at the other party contemptuously and said, Also, my team leader is a bona fide member. As for that friend of yours, who knows if he's really an advanced member? There are only 1,000 advanced members in total, and the various powers are paying upwards of 10 eternal gold to buy out the proxy qualifications of each advanced member. Do you expect me to believe an independent player like yourself can secure the proxy qualifications to buy a combat secret treasure? The Guardian Knight fell silent when he heard the Elementalist's words. Contrary to the Elementalist's doubts, he did have a friend who was an advanced member of the secret crystal trading firm. But, as the Elementalist mentioned, there was no way his friend would give up the opportunity to make 10 eternal gold or more to buy a combat secret treasure for him. After all, it wouldn't be as easy to secure advanced membership at the secret crystal trading firm in the future. So, this could be his friend's only opportunity to make a quick buck. People are paying 10 eternal gold for proxies? Shirfong was greatly surprised by the information he just heard. Not counting his earnings from commissions, he only made a profit of 800 eternal gold from selling out the secret crystal trading firm's memberships. Yet, each advanced member made upwards of 10 eternal gold from working as proxies. This meant that the trading firm's 1,000 advanced members were making a total of 10,000 eternal gold at the very least. Combined, they were making even more money than he was. Listen to me, pal. Ignoring the Elementalist question, the Guardian Knight turned to Shirfong and said, If you join our team, you only need to pay a proxy fee of 10 eternal gold, and I guarantee you will get a suitable combat secret treasure. Stop spouting nonsense, the Elementalist scoffed. Right now, even the commander of one of the city's top 20 adventure teams is offering to join any power and slave away for several years if he can get a proxy slot to purchase a combat secret treasure. Only a fool would believe you can get one. The commander of one of the city's top 20 adventure teams is selling himself just for a combat secret treasure? Shirfong was astonished by this revelation. While secret treasures were indeed precious in his previous life, especially those at the combat rank or above, they weren't so precious that the commanders of any of the Crystal City's top 20 adventure teams were willing to sacrifice so much to obtain them. It should be known that the Crystal City of Secrets was a gathering place of experts. Even the commanders of the city's top 50 adventure teams would be at the 5th floor standard at the very least, let alone the commanders of the top 20 adventure teams. Outside the Eternal Realm, such experts would be the overlords of a region, and even the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would be willing to treat them as equals. Don't think that I'm exaggerating, the Elementalist said to Shirfong when she saw the astonished look on his face. Then she sighed and continued, One of my team leader's close friends is a top expert among independent players, with great looks to boot. But even she has offered herself to work as an outer elder for several years for any upper-ranking hegemonic power that could provide her with a couple of combat secret treasures. Even then, none of the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers were willing to accept her offer. A top expert? Out of curiosity, Shirfong asked, How strong is she? She is a saint who has mastered her control over the magic elements and is an upper god realm adventurer, certified by the World Tower. She is also currently equipped with a full fragmented legendary set and a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon, the Elementalist said in a serious tone. An upper god realm adventurer? Shirfong could no longer stay calm after hearing this. After all, even if an expert of such caliber wasn't at Inkchilan standard, she was probably close to matching Inkchilan already. Can I ask you two to spread a message to the various adventure teams for me? In return, I can promise each of you a basic membership in the secret crystal trading firm in the future. If you do well, you may even become an advanced member. TL notes, 1 profit of 800 eternal gold. Just a recap, in Chapter 513, it was mentioned that Sherfong stood to make 2,000 eternal gold if he sold out all 5,000 basic memberships and 1,000 advanced memberships. However, he also had to pay a weekly management fee of 1,200 eternal gold for the secret crystal trading firm. So, if we ignore the revenue generated from commissions completed by players, Sherfong would only generate a profit of 800 eternal gold per week. 2 Upper God Realm Adventurer. I assume it is the ranking for adventurers who have climbed to the World Tower's 5th floor or above. Recap of Chapter 244. These are the adventurer ranks that correspond to the World Tower's first 4 floors. 1. Basic Adventurer. First floor 2. Advanced Adventurer. Second floor 3. Superior Adventurer. Third floor 4. Top Adventurer. Fourth floor, I'm not sure if Upper God Realm corresponds to the 5th floor standard, as there is the upper prefix. There have been no hints of a 6th floor either. But since the independent player in question is a saint-ranked player, I'm not going to jump to conclusions here, but I'll leave the upper prefix in for now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3482. Chapter 556, World's Initial Opening. Chapter 3482. Chapter 556. World's Initial Opening. Chapter 556. World's initial opening. Sherfang's words were plain, yet they caused the level 155 Elementalist and level 157 Guardian Knight to look at him in disbelief. At the same time, though, their eyes showed hints of expectation and yearning. "Are you telling the truth?" the Elementalist questioned. "Don't be joking with me here, little bro," the Guardian Knight said, nodding in agreement with the Elementalist. "Don't mention an advanced membership, even if it's just a basic membership. So long as you can get me one, I'll make sure everything you said is taken care of." The secret crystal trading firm might have as many as 5,000 basic membership slots, but they were still incredibly precious in the Crystal City of Secrets. Many players were willing to pay anywhere from 3 to 5 eternal gold just to hire a proxy to purchase common secret treasures. After all, even though the underground Crystal Palace dropped common secret treasures, players could only equip the secret treasure they acquired if it suited their class. Not to mention, the various powers had already made the underground Crystal Palace their backyard, harvesting and monopolizing anything that was of significant value in the secret land. By now, independent players only had access to the various powers' unwanted scraps. Don't believe me? Seeing the doubtful looks on the 2 people's faces, Sherfong retrieved 2 common secret treasures from his bag and said, "What do you think of these 2 secret treasures?" When the Elementalist and Guardian Knight saw the 2 common secret treasures, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, just tell us what to do," the Guardian Knight said without hesitation. The value of secret treasures was known by all in the Crystal City of Secrets. The act of giving away even 1 common secret treasure was already considered mind-blowing, let alone 2. Not even the executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers could afford to do such a thing. Not to mention, the 2 secret treasures Sherfong had taken out were perfectly suited for their classes. "Hurry up and tell us what to do," the Elementalist followed, a look of excitement on her face. Chuckling, Sherfong said, "What I need you to do is simple. Just spread the news that a guild called Zero Wing is partnered with a secret crystal trading firm, and that any 5th floor expert willing to join Zero Wing for more than a month will be guaranteed a basic membership in the trading firm. Those who perform well might even get advanced membership. As for 4th floor experts, as long as they contribute sufficiently, they will have the opportunity to purchase common secret treasures from the trading firm. And those who perform outstandingly will also have a chance to gain advanced membership." "Is that all we have to do?" The Guardian Knight was a little stunned by Shi Feng's simple request. He had originally expected to cross dangerous valleys and oceans of fire to get his hands on Shi Feng's promised common secret treasure. Yet, all he needed to do was spread some news. Not to mention, even without his intervention, the news in question would spread like wildfire once released. Is what you just said real? The elementalist blinked her eyes in disbelief. She had never heard of a guild going by the name of Zero Wing. It should be known that even the various pseudo-apex powers had failed to secure a partnership opportunity with the secret crystal trading firm. So, how could an unknown guild accomplish it? Wouldn't you know once you give it a try? Shi Feng chuckled. Previously, he had been ruminating over how he should go about recruiting the Crystal City's independent players into Zero Wing. After all, every player operating in the current Eternal Realm was an extraordinary existence in the greater God's domain. Independent players of such caliber had long grown used to operating by themselves or in small groups, so they did not care about joining any guild. However, he now had an opportunity to recruit these independent players through the secret crystal trading firm. Whether it was fourth-floor experts or fifth-floor experts, both were hard to come by in the greater God's domain. It was especially so for fifth-floor experts. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would only have a limited number of such experts under their command. If that's the case, I'm a titled expert, so I should be qualified to join. After pondering for a moment, the Guardian Knight asked, "Where can I join this Zero Wing you mentioned, brother?" "I'm also a fourth-floor expert. I should be able to join Zero Wing, right?" the Elementalist asked anxiously. Seeing the Elementalist and Guardian Knight expressing their intentions to join Zero Wing without hesitation, Shi Feng smiled and said, "You can join so long as you meet the requirements. As for where you should go to sign up, didn't I already say that Zero Wing is partnered with the secret crystal trading firm? Are you saying we can sign up at the trading firm directly?" The excitement in the Guardian Knight's eyes grew even more apparent after hearing Shi Feng's words. "Then I'll head there right away." "Me too," the Elementalist said before dashing toward the secret crystal trading firm. Meanwhile, after the two arrived at the crowded secret trading firm and waited for their turn at a counter, they tentatively asked the NPC behind the counter about joining Zero Wing. Then, they received an answer that thoroughly stunned them. "If you two are adventurers who have conquered the World Tower's 4th floor, you are indeed qualified to join Zero Wing. If you wish to join Zero Wing, please fill in the form here," the female elf behind the counter said before placing 2 forms before the Guardian Knight and Elementalist. "After joining Zero Wing, if you wish to become a member of the trading firm, you will have to accumulate 5,000 guild contribution points in Zero Wing first. Once you fulfill this condition, you can directly a basic membership for the next weekly refresh." After the Guardian Knight and Elementalist had their questions answered, the other players waiting in line nearby couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. The secret crystal trading firm's membership was incomparably precious. So much so that even the various pseudo-apex powers had failed to get their hands on any. Yet it was now possible to purchase this membership just by joining Zero Wing. After a short silence, the surrounding players started frantically shouting and expressing their intentions to join Zero Wing. This situation confused the players still waiting in line at the back. Are these people crazy? Why are they shouting to join Zero Wing? Could it be some kind of hidden code? When the crowd in the building saw the several dozen players going crazy in front of the counters, they couldn't help but wonder what these players were losing their minds over. But less than a minute later, everyone else in the building also started to go crazy. Then, in no time at all, Zero Wing's name quickly spread across the entire Crystal City of Secrets. While the Crystal City's independent players were losing their minds, Shi Feng spent 100 eternal gold coins to purchase a guild residence for Zero Wing. Then, in less than a day, the guild residence welcomed the addition of over 10,000 4th-floor experts and 100 5th-floor experts. With so many fifth-floor experts, Zero Wing can probably afford to pick a fight with the city's pseudo-apex powers already. When Shifeng saw the list of new guild members, he didn't know whether he should be celebrating or weeping. While the sudden influx of so many experts was certainly a cause for joy, the poverty of Zero Wing's guild warehouse would most likely cause these experts to leave the guild as soon as they accomplished their goals. If he couldn't find a solution quickly, the guild's current prosperity would be fleeting. While Shifeng was pondering how he could go about adding more secret treasures into the guild warehouse, he suddenly received a message from Xia Qingying, informing him that their world was already in its initial stages of opening up to the greater world. Because of this, the Green God Corporation had selected 10,000 geniuses to bring into the greater world in advance, and the corporation welcomed all partnered powers to head to Silver Frost City to inspect and hopefully recruit these geniuses. Xia Qingying had even booked a flight to Silver Frost City for him, saving him a lot of trouble. 10,000 geniuses, is it? After reading Xia Qingying's message, Shifeng couldn't help but recall the many young paragons he had missed out on recruiting in his previous life because of Demon's Gate persistently hunting him. Now that he no longer had such a burden on him, he could use this opportunity to recruit some of these potential paragons in addition to Myriad Hand Silk Radish. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3483. Chapter 557, that man? Chapter 3483. Chapter 557, that man? Chapter 557, that man? Silver Frost City was a second-tier city situated on the Starlight continent, and it was a gigantic steel city that slowly traveled about a snowy and desolate land. The city's exterior was covered in snow all year round due to its travel route, but the inside of the city experienced spring all year round. At the city's entrance, there would almost always be a trail of armored buses coming in and out of the city. These buses either came from other mobile cities or set out from Silver Frost City to other mobile cities. Even at night, there was no end to the arrival and departure of these armored buses. Be careful, all of you. We are no longer in the world we are used to living in. If anyone misbehaves, I will kick them off the bus and send them packing back to our world. On one of the buses entering the city, a one-star mental strength grandmaster representing the Green God Corporation lectured the hundreds of young men and women on the vehicle while exuding a terrifying mental deterrence. Incredible. Is this how strong mental strength grandmasters are? As expected of the Green God Corporation, even the representatives they sent to guide us are mental strength grandmasters. I have only ever met a mental strength grandmaster once in the upper zone. Yet out of the dozens of buses used to transport us, every one of them is led by a mental strength grandmaster. No wonder none of our world's other corporations dare defy the Green God Corporation. They're in completely different leagues from each other. I heard that the city we are in is a second-tier city on this continent, and over 100 third-tier mobile cities are operating around it. I also heard that the residents of Silver Frost City could easily live past 500 years old, and many people have a chance of becoming mental strength grandmasters. It feels like we are entering a city of miracles. It's a pity I didn't get selected by the Green God Corporation last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be competing for the qualifications to stay in a third-tier city right now. The young men and women on the bus were awed by the elderly man serving as their guide. They were also awed by the urban scenery outside the bus, as they could see mental grandmasters, which were incredibly hard to come by in their homeworld, in every corner of the city. Moreover, shortly after the bus entered the city, they could feel their bodies getting rejuvenated. They could feel a mysterious energy present in the space around them, and simply inhaling this energy accelerated their thought processes and improved their bodies' flexibility significantly. All right, we're here. Everyone off the bus. The elderly guide urged when he saw the bus coming to a halt. Under the guide's urging, the hundreds of youngsters on the bus alighted from the armored vehicle. They were then greeted by the sight of several dozen other armored buses parked in a spacious arena, and the youngsters who had alighted from these other buses had already gathered in front of the arena's central stage with expectant and confident looks on their faces. "Are you really not going to reconsider, Radish?" a girl in a light blue dress asked as she looked at the girl standing beside her. The other girl in question was of similar age, but she looked more mature and charming, and she wore a blue, short-sleeved dress. Then the girl in a light blue dress continued, "Ever since your cousin went missing, the other members of your family have clearly distanced themselves from you. I also heard that Starcherry, your cousin's archenemy, has recently entered the good graces of a big shot. That big shot is the commander of another power. Are you sure you don't want to go to Ice Forest Town with me? We just need to wait 5 more years and wait to take a city powers test." "I trust in my cousin's message," Silk Radish, the girl in the blue, short-sleeved dress, said in a determined tone. "Since she says everything is fine, it must be so. Moreover, I look forward to competing with the greater world's geniuses. Even if I lose, I need to know how I lost." The Green God Corporation had brought 10,000 geniuses to the greater world for its partners to recruit. However, it wasn't compulsory for these partners to recruit these geniuses. So, those who failed to get recruited would be returned to their homeworld, and they could only rely on their own capabilities to enter and live in the greater world in the future. After all, the Green God Corporation still wasn't powerful enough to let so many people live in the greater world cities. However, the Green God Corporation had also given the unselected geniuses a second option. Should these unselected geniuses choose not to return to their homeworld, they could choose to live in a town for 5 years. During this period, some powers originating from the various mobile cities would come to recruit talents. And if these geniuses could catch the attention of these powers, they would be able to migrate into a mobile city. Meanwhile, knowing that her chances were slim, Silk Radish's friend Jade River had preemptively chosen to live in one of the greater world's towns and wait for an opportunity to migrate into a city. "Why are you so gullible?" Jade River couldn't help but look at her friend as if she was looking at a fool. "Your cousin suddenly contacts you after going missing for more than a year, and the first thing she says is that some man will show up to solve all your problems. How can you even believe such a thing? Are you sure your cousin isn't being tricked by that man?" Silk Radish fell silent. She, too, agreed with her friend's words. Before her elder cousin had suddenly gone missing for over a year, her cousin would rarely come into close contact with any man. Yet now her cousin had suddenly reappeared and told her that a man would appear during the Green God Corporation's talent fair and take care of all of her problems. No matter how she thought about it, this situation sounded very suspicious. While Silk Radish and Jade River conversed, several dozen individuals stepped onto the central stage. These individuals were all executive members of the greater world's various powers. Meanwhile, the person hosting the talent fair this time was Xia Qingying, the Green God Corporation's vice president. She was also the chief supervisor of the Green God Corporation's branch in Silver Frost City. When Xia Qingying appeared, all of the youths standing below the stage cheered and reacted in astonishment. Firstly, it was because of Xia Qingying's figure and identity. Secondly, it was because of Xia Qingying's frightening mental strength. Despite not being much older than them, Xia Qingying was already a mental strength grandmaster. In contrast, none of them were even mental strength masters yet. "Our time is precious, Qingying." Before Xia Qingying could even say anything, a handsome young man impatiently interrupted. "Do as we said to you before. Apart from those in the top 100 of the list, have everyone else get lost." The young man's abrupt words caused the youths below the stage to fall silent. As for the various powers executives standing on stage, they also kept quiet, with some behaving nonchalantly, some smiling, and some nodding their heads in agreement. In one way or another, all of them expressed their agreement with the young man. Meanwhile, Xia Qingying, who was just about to start hosting the talent fair, reacted grimly to the young man's words. "Aren't you acting a little too hastily, Mr. Xiao Quan?" Xia Qingying spoke in a low voice. "The Green God Corporation has selected these talents out of tens of millions of youths from our homeworld. It is a pity to disqualify them so soon." Xiao Quan might look like a young man, but he was already well into his 40s. Meanwhile, nobody in Silver Frost City dared to offend him, and any power wishing to operate in the city would have to show him a certain amount of respect. This was because Xiao Quan was not only a vice commander of the city's Silver Frost Legion, but he was also the son of the city's city lord. Originally, the talent fair should have been the Green God Corporation's affair, but Xiao Quan suddenly came running here for some reason. Moreover, without even waiting for her to speak, he abruptly declared the end of the talent fair. Such behavior was simply incomprehensible. TL notes: 1 Silk Radish, Ling Luo. I am unsure if Silk Radish's real name is Ling Luo, or if she is just having others address her with her god's domain ID. My hesitance to deem it as her real name stems from the way Aqua Rose introduced Silk Radish in Chapter 553. My cousin goes by the name of Silk Radish in God's domain. The way Aqua worded it really made it sound like Silk Radish / Ling Luo is just a character name. FYI, Aqua Rose. S name is 100% a character name and not Aqua's name in real life. Equals watercolored / light blue. Equals Rose. There might be people named Rose, but the surname, watercolored, does not exist as far as I know at the very least. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3484. Chapter 558. I'll be taking them. Chapter 3484. Chapter 558. I'll be taking them. Chapter 558. I'll be taking them. Hasty. Xiao Quan scrutinized Xia Qingying in amusement. Then he faintly smiled and said, "In all the years you have spent in Silver Frost City, you have never taken more than 2 seconds to turn down my invitations, Qingying, but you've never seen me saying anything about it, have you? Moreover, I'm not the only one holding such an opinion, right? Mr. Xiao Quan is right. These youngsters don't look particularly talented to me. Only the top 100 on the list are decent. There's no need to have the others remain." "I agree. You know full well that the various cities have limited space, Vice President Xia. We should save these precious resources for more talented individuals." The executives of the various powers present hurriedly nodded and voiced their agreement with Xiao Quan, making it sound as if everything Xiao Quan had just stated was true. "As you can see, Qingying, this is everyone's opinion. It isn't mine alone," Xiao Quan said as he swept a glance at the various powers executives. Then he smiled and continued, "A large part of why the Green God Corporation can have its current position in Silver Frost City is due to the efforts of these people here. So you shouldn't act too arbitrarily. Otherwise, you might put the Green God Corporation in a vulnerable position in Silver Frost City." Xia Qingying's expression had turned indescribably ugly at this point. While the Green God Corporation had multiple branches established across the greater world, only a handful were in second-tier cities. So, the corporation would suffer a heavy blow if it lost even one of these second-tier branches. Right now, Xia Qingying couldn't help but hesitate. Should she protect the 10,000 talents she had brought with her? Or should she protect the Green God Corporation's second-tier branch? Are all of us going to get kicked out just like that? Jade River's face turned pale. Xia Qingying's silence already made it apparent that the situation was not in their favor. It was also obvious that the young man was not someone Xia Qingying could afford to offend. Jade River deeply yearned for the greater world. She had even planned to go down the most difficult and conservative path to stay in the greater world. Yet now, she wouldn't even be allowed to go down this path. Even Vice President Xia doesn't have a solution? Silk Radish thought as she stared at Xia Qingying in disbelief. Unlike the other young talents present, she knew a lot more about the greater world thanks to her cousin. Her cousin had entered the greater world much sooner than everyone else, and she had even made some accomplishments for herself here. Meanwhile, out of all the people her cousin had talked extensively about, Xia Qingying was one of these people. Even in the greater world, Xia Qingying could be considered a remarkable figure. Her individual strength was leagues above the geniuses and paragons of their god's domain, and even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would have to show her some respect. Yet, now, Xia Qingying was looking helpless in front of the young man on stage, and all she could do was swallow her opinions. If even Xia Qingying was in such a state, what could budding talents like themselves possibly do in this situation? Are you still unconvinced, Qingying? Seeing Xia Qingying's silence, Xiao Quan snapped his fingers, summoning a young man to his side. I'll make things simple. He's the most useless member of the Silver Frost Legion. So long as any of your talents can beat him, I promise I won't say another word. Xiao Quan's words immediately aroused the hopes of the young men and women below the stage. The young man beside Xiao Quan looked 17 years old at most, whereas the youngest among them was 17, while the older ones were already 19. With a 2-year gap between them and the young man, they might have hope of winning, even if the young man in question was an inhabitant of the greater world. However, before any of the youths below the stage could act on their revitalized hope, the guides representing the Green God Corporation hurriedly whispered to them, "Don't act recklessly, you fools! That young man isn't a wastrel. He's already a 3-star mental strength master." A 3-star mental strength master? The many youths in the arena gasped. A 17-year-old 3-star mental strength master? It should be known that there wasn't even one mental strength master among them. 3-star mental strength masters were individuals wielding great authority in their homeworld's upper zones. Most of their families didn't even have a 3-star mental strength master, and many of them made it their lifelong goal to become one. Yet now it was revealed that the 17-year-old before them had already accomplished their lifelong goal. What, nobody's coming forward? Xiao Quan sneered as he looked at the youngsters below the stage. What a bunch of useless people. If you can't even make use of the opportunity I've given you, why should I bother recruiting you? The youths in the arena clenched their fists and gritted their teeth in silent hatred when they heard Xiao Quan's words, and they couldn't help but get the urge to take on the 17-year-old young man. However, they also understood that they would only be bringing shame to the Green God Corporation and Xia Qingying if they were to give in to their urges now. After all, none of them had even the slightest chance of defeating a 3-star mental strength master. Since nobody has any more objections, this event is over, Xiao Quan declared after sweeping his gaze across the crowd in the arena. What a waste of my time. After Xiao Quan finished speaking, the various powers executives also got ready to leave, none showing any intentions of speaking up for Xia Qingying. However, immediately after the various powers executives got up from their seats, a deep voice echoed throughout the arena. Vice President Xia, I don't care about everyone else, but I will be taking them. Do you have any objections? Following these words, the arena fell silent once again as everyone turned to look at the voice's origin. Then, everyone saw a man in his 30s casually walking over to Xia Qingying on the stage, looking as if he was having a light conversation with an old friend. Guild leader Shi Feng? Xia Qingying was stunned when she saw Shi Feng. Although she had never officially introduced Xiao Quan, everybody present could more or less guess by the behaviors of the various powers executives that Xiao Quan wasn't someone to mess with. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's publicly recruiting someone as soon as Xiao Quan declared the end of the talent fair was no different than a slap to Xiao Quan's face. Immediately, Xiao Quan's expression could be seen darkening, and everyone present felt a chill crawling down their spines. Of course, Shi Feng was an exception, as he behaved as if he didn't even see Xiao Quan as he pointed at 2 young women below the stage. Is he talking about us? Jade River couldn't help but grow confused when she saw Sherfong pointing at her and Silk Radish. Although she tried searching her memories, she failed to recall having ever met this casual-looking man. Could he be the man Big Sis was talking about? Silk Radish couldn't help but grow a little worried when she saw Sherfang's appearance. Silk Radish's goal was to remain in the greater world. But now that a big shot like Xiao Quan had already declared for them to leave, they would most likely be sent back to their homeworld if nothing unexpected occurred. So, she couldn't help but wonder if her cousin's helper could truly help her out of this predicament. Who the hell are you, kid? How dare you run your mouth on this stage? The Green God Corporation is getting worse and worse. How can such a rude nobody be invited to such an important event? When the executives of the Green God Corporation's partnered powers failed to recognize Sherfong, they started questioning and condemning him as if they were denouncing a criminal. Meanwhile, Sherfong smiled as he swept his gaze across the various powers executives. Then he said, "Who am I? Someone you cannot afford to offend. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3485, Chapter 559, 2-star Limit Grandmaster? Chapter 3485, Chapter 559, 2-star Limit Grandmaster? Chapter 559, 2-star Limit Grandmaster? Is he crazy? Xia Qingying couldn't help but gape in shock when she saw Sherfong completely disregarding Xiao Quan and the various powers executives. It was one thing for Sherfong to provoke Xiao Quan previously. After all, Sherfong wasn't aware of Xiao Quan's identity at the time. At worst, he would simply lose the ability to operate in Silver Frost City in the future. However, it was a different story to show such contempt for the various powers executives. Xiao Quan cherished his reputation dearly, so even if he were to take action against Sherfong, he wouldn't do so openly. The various powers executives, on the other hand, were all dominant figures of third-tier cities, and they had fought using all sorts of means to achieve their current positions. Moreover, unlike Xiao Quan, Sherfong had no special background in the greater world. So, the various executives absolutely wouldn't have any qualms about escalating the situation and picking a fight with Sherfong. Someone we cannot afford to offend? What bold words you have there, you little punk. It seems becoming a 1-star Grandmaster has gotten to your head. Do you really think of yourself as some kind of big shot? Since the Green God Corporation is unwilling to teach this kid a lesson, we'll do it instead. Anyone interested in volunteering? The various powers executives openly discussed teaching Sherfong a lesson, none of them treating him with any significance. According to their senses, Sherfong was only at the 1-star mental strength Grandmaster standard, and going by his appearance, he should be someone in his 30s. In third-tier cities, anyone capable of becoming a 1-star Grandmaster in their 30s would indeed be considered a rare genius. In fact, Sherfong could still be considered a genius even in a second-tier city like Silver Frost City. Take the 17-year-old standing beside Xiao Quan, for example. The young man might have become a 3-star master at such a young age, but his chances of becoming a 1-star Grandmaster before he entered his 30s were considerably slim. There might only be a 1-rank difference between a 3-star master and a 1-star Grandmaster, but the gap was like a chasm. There was even a clear division in status between individuals at the 2 ranks. So long as a person became a 1-star Grandmaster, they could unconditionally enter any mobile city in the greater world. They wouldn't have to provide any credentials or pay any fees. This held true even for first-tier cities. Of course, whether a 1-star Grandmaster could gain residential qualifications in a first-tier mobile city was another matter. Meanwhile, so long as a person wasn't a mental strength Grandmaster, even if they were to become a 3-star mental strength master before the age of 10, they would need credentials to even enter a third-tier city. Otherwise, they could only look at the city from the outside. While the various powers executives were talking, Xia Qingying, who had originally planned to mediate the situation, became frozen in place. A one-star Grandmaster? Xia Qingying couldn't help but doubt her senses. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel as if she was meeting Shifeng for the first time. She clearly remembered that the first time she met Shifeng, the other party wasn't even a one-star mental strength master. And even by the end of the Star Lake Legion's recruitment test, Shifeng had only become a two-star master. How long had it only been since Shifeng joined the Star Lake Legion? How had he become a one-star Grandmaster already? Vice President Xia. Well, I don't know why the Green God Corporation would invite such an arrogant punk if I don't teach him a lesson now that he has offended us like so. I'll be unable to show my face in Morning Dew City, a savage-looking man suddenly said as he looked at Xia Qingying. The man looked to be in his 40s, and he had a towering body with a height of 2.5 meters. I hope you can show some understanding. After saying so, the tall and savage man strode toward Shifeng, not showing Xia Qingying, the host of today's talent fair, any respect. However, nobody on the stage found the savage man's behavior and words surprising. Even Xiao Quan simply smiled in response to the savage man's actions. Old Sun is as impulsive as ever, Xiao Quan commented as he looked at the savage-looking man. Then he turned to Xia Qingying and smiled, saying, "Don't take Old Sun's behavior to heart, Qingying. He has always been like this. If anything happens, I can have someone send that kid to the hospital." Morning Dew City's Madman Sun. Even in Silver Frost City, this name was considerably famous. Madman Sun was only 43 this year, yet he had already crippled over 1,000 mental strength grandmasters in Morning Dew City, with quite a few of his victims being two-star grandmasters. Madman Sun had even crippled the head of one of Silver Frost City's powerful families without a second thought after the other party provoked him. Although Xiao Quan was also a two-star grandmaster and possessed a wealth of combat experience, like Madman Sun, even he couldn't help but be a little fearful of the savage man. This was because Madman Sun was not only crazy, but he was also ruthless in battle. Every one of his moves was executed with either the intent to kill or cripple. Without putting his life on the line, Xiao Quan was not the least bit confident in winning a fight against Madman Sun. Meanwhile, as Madman Sun moved closer and closer to Shifeng, the crowd below the stage couldn't help but worry for Shifeng. This was because Madman Sun didn't look like a human at all. Indeed, Madman Sun could no longer be considered a human. After all, just a second ago, Madman Sun was clearly only 2.5 meters tall. Yet a second later, his body started to bulk up in size, his muscles visibly expanding, and his veins bulging like earthworms crawling all over his body. Then, in only 5 seconds, Madman Sun had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. So, this is the body manipulation ability of two-star grandmasters? Silk Radish was greatly shocked when she saw Madman Sun's transformation. What separated mental strength grandmasters from mental strength masters wasn't just their mental strength, but also their ability to control their bodies. A mental strength grandmaster could break the limits on not only their physical strength, but also their physical growth. However, before today, Silk Radish had only ever heard of such a feat being possible. This was her first time seeing it happening in person. "Kid, you said earlier that you are someone we cannot afford to offend. How about you try saying it again?" Madman Sun threatened as he stood imposingly in front of Shifeng. As soon as Madman Sun finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped his hand down on Shifeng. With his current height of 3 meters, Madman Sun's arms were as thick as water buckets, while his hand was like a large pot. And as he smashed down with his hand, an explosive noise could be heard coming from the surrounding air. Seeing Madman Sun's attack, everyone present did not doubt that Shifeng would be flattened by it. Even if Shifeng tried to defend himself with his arms, nothing would change. However, even after seeing the huge palm descending toward him, Shifeng remained unfazed as he lifted one of his hands. The next moment, Shifeng's dainty hand could be seen grabbing onto Madman Sun's wrist, stopping Madman Sun's hand in its tracks. Immediately afterward, Shifeng rotated his body and executed a throw. Subsequently, Madman Sun's 3-meter-tall body could be seen spinning across the air like a rag doll and crashing onto the stage's solid ground, the heavy impact causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell unconscious. Suddenly, the whole arena fell silent as everyone stared at Madman Sun's unconscious body in disbelief. "You are a 2-star limit Grandmaster?" When the various powers executives snapped out of their daze, they turned to look at Shifeng with a grave expression. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3486. Chapter 560. Xia Qingying's Madness. Chapter 3486. Chapter 560. Xia Qingying's Madness. Chapter 560. Xia Qingying's Madness. Radish. "This person is so strong," Jade River exclaimed to Silk Radish when she saw how easily Shifeng had stopped Madman Sun's attack and subsequently thrown the giant of a man. Then she turned to Silk Radish and asked, "Say, do you think we have a chance to stay here?" Previously, Jade River hadn't thought much about Shifeng's declaration to recruit her and Silk Radish. After all, even a big shot like Xia Qingying dared not go against Xiaoquan. However, after seeing how handily Shifeng had defeated the monster-like Madman Sun, Jade River couldn't help but start to think that Shifeng might truly be able to let her and Silk Radish remain in the greater world. Probably. Silk Radish also grew excited when she saw Shifeng's performance. She never expected her cousin to find an expert of such caliber to come and recruit her, a 2-star limit Grandmaster. Those ignorant of the greater world's matters, such as Jade River, wouldn't necessarily understand the significance of a 2-star limit Grandmaster. However, as Aqua Rose's cousin, Silk Radish knew just how exalted the status of 2-star limit Grandmasters was. For 99% of the individuals who managed to become a 1-star mental strength Grandmaster in the greater world, the best they could hope to achieve within their lifetimes would be the 2-star Grandmaster standard. This was the case for the various powers executives standing on the stage. None of them had any hopes of ever becoming a 2-star limit Grandmaster. This was because becoming a 2-star limit Grandmaster meant taking half a step into the realm of 3-star Grandmasters, and it would only be a matter of time before they became a full-fledged 3-star Grandmaster. It should be known that 3-star mental strength Grandmasters were existences capable of becoming the lord of a city in the greater world, and even in conglomerates, they would occupy core executive positions. While 2-star limit Grandmasters weren't 3-star Grandmasters, they would still be regarded as big shots in second-tier cities, and the various families and corporations operating in these cities would have to show them a certain degree of respect. "This kid's a 2-star limit Grandmaster?" A frown formed on Xiaoquan's face as the abrupt turn of events took him by surprise. Madman Sun was first-rate even among 2-star mental strength Grandmasters. Aside from 3-star Grandmasters, only 2-star limit Grandmasters could defeat him so easily. As for the possibility of Shifeng being above the 3-star Grandmaster standard, that likelihood was close to 0. This was because every one of these existences could shake the entire Starlight continent with their actions. It was highly unlikely any existence above the 3-star Grandmaster standard would concern themselves with existences like the Green God Corporation. However, after Xiaoquan experienced a brief surprise, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. A 2-star limit Grandmaster might be able to scare powers operating in third-tier cities, but he was the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. Even 3-star Grandmasters would have to show him some respect, let alone a 2-star limit Grandmaster. Don't you think it is a bit too much to use such heavy-handed tactics? Xiaoquan said to Shifeng as he glanced at the unconscious Madman Sun. Or do you think you can act with disregard in Silver Frost City simply because you are a 2-star limit Grandmaster? Following Shao Quan's words, the various powers executives on stage regained some of their confidence. That's right. You are in Silver Frost City right now. This isn't a place where you can behave as you wish. Mr. Shao Quan is the city Lord's son. Even 3-star Grandmasters will have to be polite with him. What right do you have to act so arrogantly as a 2-star limit Grandmaster? The various powers executives all stood with Shao Quan and began to clamor. It was especially so after they saw the arrival of the city's security teams. It was true that 2-star limit Grandmasters enjoyed an exalted status in the greater world. If they were currently in a 3rd-tier city, they would absolutely try to avoid provoking Shifeng as much as possible. Only the city lord and the various powerful families and corporations, old monsters, would have an advantage over him. However, it was a different story in a 2nd-tier city like Silver Frost City. The security force here was so strong that even 3-star Grandmasters wouldn't dare to go against it directly, let alone a 2-star limit Grandmaster. All 2nd-tier mobile cities had a security force consisting of advanced enforcement robots. Meanwhile, every one of these was strong enough to match a 2-star limit Grandmaster, while a team of them could go up against a 3-star Grandmaster. Meanwhile, after detecting the fight between Shifeng and Madman Sun, Silver Frost City's automated security system mobilized as many as 3 security teams to the fight scene. If these 3 teams worked together, apprehending a 2-star limit Grandmaster would be a piece of cake. Less than 10 seconds after they appeared, the 3 security teams had already arrived on the stage and surrounded Shifeng, their performance astonishing those who lived in 3rd-tier cities. Advanced enforcement robots were a luxury that most 3rd-tier cities could only afford to use in areas of great importance. As for maintaining the city's security, 3rd-tier cities would normally rely on their respective city legions, Grandmaster members for that. This was also one source of income for a city legions, Grandmaster members. It seems this city is quite wealthy, Shifeng thought as he looked at the 3 security teams that consisted entirely of advanced enforcement robots. Advanced enforcement robots could only be produced by a small minority of conglomerates, and even the likes of the Paimon conglomerate lacked the ability to do so. As a result, advanced enforcement robots were incredibly expensive to purchase. On top of that, they also cost a ton to maintain, with the maintenance cost of each advanced enforcement robot being more than the cost to sustain 10 2-star mental strength Grandmasters. As for whether Shifeng could win a fight against 3 teams of advanced enforcement robots, the chances of that happening were essentially 0. After all, he was only a 1-star Grandmaster right now, not a 2-star limit Grandmaster. The reason Shifeng could defeat Madman Sun so easily was entirely because of the mental condensation technique he had learned from the primordial abyssal god's phantom in the Golden Spire. When he tried to replicate this technique in the real world, it allowed him to condense his mental strength, enhancing it to the limits of the 2-star Grandmaster standard. This, in turn, allowed him to just barely manipulate his strength at a cellular level. If not for this, he would have needed a lot more time to defeat Madman Sun. If Shifeng wanted to win against the advanced enforcement robots, his mental strength would have to reach the 2-star Grandmaster standard. Before that, his only option would be to flee or face defeat. Meanwhile, along with the advanced enforcement robot's appearance, Silk Radish and Jade River couldn't help but despair. They never thought that Shao Quan would be the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. If such a person declared for them to leave the greater world, who could possibly keep them here? They also no longer placed any of their hopes on Shifeng. After all, Shifeng clearly wasn't in an optimistic situation. If he dared to take action, the advanced enforcement robots would probably suppress him without hesitation. What are you guards still waiting for? Why haven't you driven this troublemaker away yet? The various powers executives commanded the advanced enforcement robots as they pointed at Shifeng. We suspect he isn't an invited guest and is only here to cause trouble. Shao, Quan also nodded, indicating for the advanced enforcement robots to take action. The city's advanced enforcement robots operated on the basis of maintaining the city's security. However, those wielding advanced authority in the city could have the advanced enforcement robots inspect whether certain individuals possessed citizenship in the city. And if an individual was found to not be a resident, they could command the advanced enforcement robots to expel said individual from the city. The advanced enforcement robots promptly closed in on Sherfong after receiving Xiao Quan's approval. Seeing this, nobody present was surprised by this outcome. Sherfong might be a powerful expert, but Silver Frost City was Xiao Quan's home ground. Even if a third-tier city lord came here, they would be helpless against Xiao Quan, and their only option would be to grit their teeth and leave. Wait, he is my guest, rather than him. These people here are the ones making trouble. Just as the advanced enforcement robots were about to take action, a crisp and loud voice rang out and echoed throughout the arena, causing a stir among the crowd. Meanwhile, the speaker was none other than Xia Qingying, the host of the talent fair this time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.